interpret dissent as division. So we would need someone who understands that the pieces have to come together, because the facilities people may need to know what the public safety people are doing, who needs to know what the student housing people are doing, who needs to understand the healthcare for the other students, and have been privileged to work again. And I Dr. Gregory is not paying me. But she has truly been able to bring all of the pieces together where we are working more collaboratively and less in silos. And whomever assumes this seat is going to have to be able to continue her work on that. And let me be clear, since I know this is being broadcast all over everywhere. I came out of retirement to take this job, and I expect to return to retirement. It's probably when this process is concluded. So I just want to be clear. I'm not advocating for a job. I'm advocating for the change that I have seen since Dr. Gregory has been in that position.
Appreciate it. So there's no check involved in this at all?
There's no check. There's no check. But y'all need my cash out.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please feel free to go to the mic. And I know you all have thoughts, because what I do know is this is a very engaged community that loves this institution. So I know you all have some thoughts about this.
Besides the Office of General Counsel.
Well, we see it all.
Well, we know you
And
do.
we should have said this too, that no one's, whatever you say is not attributed
Right.
to your name. We're going to synthesize everything we heard.
Yeah.
So this is your chance to weigh in. Thank you.
We know you see it all. Every time I get a new position, the first order of business, I take General Counsel out to lunch. And we have a two-part conversation. What have you been through? And the second part is, let me tell you what you're about to go through. You know.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Angeline Reddick. I've been a staff member in total for 15 years at Jackson State University. So I've seen the different leadership changes. And
What's your
so
role? Where do you work? What department?
I am currently a program manager for the Research Center for Minority Institutions.
Oh, yes.
It's a research grant funded by NIH.
Yep. Yeah.
So a couple of the opportunities that I made notes about. Number one is creating a student-first operational culture where the administrative processes are streamlined and technology is leveraged to support the student success. Champion JSU's research mission and investing in high demand interdisciplinary programs such as data science, cybersecurity, and public health that are aligned with the global trends and career opportunities for our graduates. Another opportunity for the future president is harnessing the unmatched power of the JSU Alumni Network. Activating our global JSU Alumni Network and creating more philanthropy opportunities through the Alumni Network. And just in all total to architect a modern HBCU by strategically aligning our academic offerings with the future of work for our graduate students.
All right. Thank you.
Other input on this question, priorities and opportunities. Let's see now. I see a couple of faces burning to say something. Officer in the back row, for example, you got about 3 things you wanted to say. I've clocked them in so far.
That is
Okay, coming back to you now. Coming back. See, who else did I see? Like the head?
Now people are not gonna look at you, Carlton.
It's too late. I've already cataloged them.
That's what I would do. Don't make eye contact, don't make eye. So really, this
Sure.
is a safe space. You're helping to make this process more authentic.
You've had a number of things cross through your mind since we've been here. You want to share? Well, you've been doing a little bit more than listening. You've been processing some stuff. You've been doing a little bit more than listening. You've been processing a lot of stuff.
Sentiment that stated,
Mhm.
my name is Dr. Michael Gates.
Mike, the mic. Gotta go to the mic. You want your colleagues online to hear you.
Yeah, yeah, we do. And once we get to your mic, we know you're gonna let it all out.
No. The one thing with the opportunities is that I would like to convey is I work in the Division of Research.
Mhm.
We deal with external funding. The General Counsel talk about money. And there's an old saying my father used to say, money doesn't solve everything, but it takes care of 99% of whatever your challenges are. The landscape is changing in regards to research. The federal dollars, state dollars are dwindling. So one of the things that I would like to see is that the new president look at some innovative ways to increase our external funding. Ways I think would be very, very helpful is industry. And I think that once research is reestablished here, our research dollars are kind of fickle now, then that can be another resource mechanism to take care of whatever it is, recruiting, housing. You talk about the operational or infrastructure. And at this point, I think that's paramount that we find additional funding sources.
Okay,
Very good.
thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Thank you. That's important. I hear that in every search now, resource
Yep.
diversification.
Mhm. And particularly for research universities, that is a critically important aspect of the work right now. And you obviously cannot totally rely on federal funds anymore. And nobody knows how bad that's going to get because it's going to get worse. And states, quite frankly, are quite strapped right now in terms of their capacity to push more money toward their universities. So you've got to look to business and industry, and you got to talk about those multi-part partnerships and create some interest among industry in all parts of your university. And that has to happen. So that's very good input.
And so all that you're saying is important to note that there's no unicorns out there. There's not going to be one candidate that delivers on everything. But if we list these kinds of things in the profile that they can at least speak to, right? So some of them are going to have a strong, innovative research diversification portfolio. So then they can answer that question through their own experience. They might not have some other experience with something else, But so that's why it's important for us to really be specific. Don't just say a broad leadership experience. We need you to have experience with X, Y, and Z. And then once we have that list, you're going to see which candidates can address most of that. Then that's how you see who's more competitive because they've done the work.
Mhm.
But you've got to give them some breadcrumbs.
We also look for candidates to have a clear understanding of their own shortcomings. What are the things that I don't do well, and what are my opportunities? And good candidates will ask this question. So what are my opportunities to hire some additional vice presidents and directors in these critical areas? And so we look for that as well, because again, there are no unicorns. There are no, as far as we know, Jesus is not back.
No.
Okay, as far as we know.
Right. Working with boards.
And if I read it all correctly, he said, don't count on that when you think you need to count on it. You have to count on yourselves and move forward in that way. So we want to make sure that we get all the input so that we can sort through these candidates and educate them properly about the opportunity. Any other inputs? All right, here we go. See, she didn't make eye contact.
You know, because it's a cat's out of the bag now, Carlton.
I know. And don't y'all tell the next people
He
either.
tries to start a
Tell
little
'em what I do.
conversation and then reel you in.
Tell them what I do. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Candle Tenor. I am currently a quality care officer at the university. I made a couple notes, but literally Miss Onetta kind of said everything, excuse me, that I.
She tried to take everything.
But she did an awesome, she did an awesome job. It was one other thing that I did want to
Mhm.
add for the new president. There, most times when presidents come or people in leadership come into roles, they want to change up policies and processes to fit what they feel is best for the institution. There really are some policies that are implemented at Jackson State that works for Jackson State. So I'm saying that to say that if the new president would, instead of just kind of hit the ground running to change this and change this, learn what things have worked. Just in the past, like what were some processes that really worked, that sustained, and that we did grow from. I think that's what I'm trying to say. But there are some policies that really do work at Jackson State if we could keep them. In my role now, I did have the opportunity to talk with students directly, and some of the students that I have spoken with just in this year that were seniors, they have been in this circle with us their entire time at Jackson State with the changing of the presidents. And they did share that each time a different president came, it changed the policy. It changed how things were done, And it made a very bad college experience for them. So just for the new president coming in, if they would take the time to really learn the policies that are, and there are a lot of things that do need to change, but there are a lot of things that are awesome about Jackson State that we really do need to sustain as a college.
Thank you. Yeah, you general counsel like that.
We just like close my remark, and then I'm not gonna say another thing.
No, you don't have to do that. Don't.
No, let him do it. See, he'll come back. This ain't.
This job search, probably like any other job search, on paper, you're gonna, I'm sure, without naming any names, I'm sure there will be a number of applicants with PhDs. And some of these applicants may have PhDs in chemistry from Georgia Tech. Some of these candidates may also have done scientific research with the United States Department of Agriculture, who understand research and the importance of research to a university. Some of these applicants are likely to be fiscally conservative and may have met certain financial benchmarks required for state institutions, like having the requisite number of days of cash on hand that perhaps hadn't been there in a very, very long time. Some of these applicants may also be innovative, creative, and very, very good people. But these people overall, when you're looking for a candidate, I would like for you to look for someone with all things being equal, academic credentials, serving as a provost, leading another university for a number of years. The person that assumes the next presidency of Jackson State University needs to be a person that cares about Jackson State University. And everybody with a credential is not going to be able to do that.
We'll wait for your encore performance later. Any other input on any of these questions?
Anyone? New voice.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Monica Davis Allen. I serve as Deputy General Counsel for Jackson State University. I've been here about 15 months. But I'm coming to you not only as a staff member, but as a proud mother. I have two children that attend Jackson State University. And they transferred from another institution that I shall not name. But it was for certain reasons. And I bring this up because they are now at Jackson State University because this has become an environment for them of collaboration. It has become an environment for them where it's student focused. It has become an environment for them where faculty is invested in them. And I believe those are some of the criteria that have been fostered. And I'm not going to say, it wasn't fostered previously, but it's been focused in and honed in on most recently. And I would say my son actually considered going to another institution, and he is majoring in history. He wants to be a museum curator for African American museums. And I was speaking to another staff member when I first got here. I'm kind of a people person, so I talk to just about anybody. And she told me, oh, well, we have this opportunity, we have this opportunity, we have that opportunity. And I know this person, I know that person. I say that to say the next president is going to have to hone in on the resources that you have within the university. Those connections, those collaborations that will provide additional resources and opportunities for our students, because now my son is looking at a potential internship at African American Museum in Chicago. And so those are homegrown things. Those are things that were incubated and brought forth from inside this university. Another, I know, and we've talked about, of course, housing is an issue. We've talked about collaborations. We've talked about academic success, but those are the real issues. Our students have to know that our faculty and staff are going to support them, but our faculty and staff have to understand that they have leadership that's going to support them. It's a trickle down effect. And so all of us play a role in it. And so as a staff member, I'm going to play my part, but also as a parent, I'm all in. And not only that, I'm a native of Jackson, Mississippi, born and raised. I'm the only one that did not in my family attend Jackson State University. So I do have a vested interest in ensuring the success. And so I appreciate you all conducting this search, but I also know and have faith that whoever is selected as our next permanent president will be one that is vested in all things that are necessary for our student success, that are incumbent for alumni collaborations, and that are for, support of our staff and faculty. Because again, as it's been stated, without them, where are we? So thank you.
So you're the only one in your family that didn't attend Jackson State?
Yes, sir.
So you're in a period of atonement.
I'll take that.
Okay.
But I did attend an HBCU.
Okay, very good. So your son, is it the DuSable that he's pursuing or one of the others?
I have a daughter and a son.
Okay, but you said one pursuing
My
work
son.
at a museum.
Yes, my son.
Yeah.
He considered another university, and once I started talking in-house, then all these other potential opportunities became available to him, and now he absolutely adores Jackson State University.
So which museum is he trying to get into?
I cannot remember off the top of my head, but he's working with a friend of a staff member of Jackson State University to make that happen. But right now, he's working under Dr. Robert Luckett, who is a really great jewel here at Jackson State University, and he's working also with the Margaret Walker Alexander Museum. So he's getting his feet wet here, and then we know he's going to do great things.
Outstanding. Very good. Very good. Yes. Other input on any of these questions? You can go back to attributes, traits, characteristics, experiences, background. You can go to priorities. You can go to whatever might be some of the challenges coming up, or anything else you think we need to know, or the questions we didn't ask. Madam General Counsel, benediction. I saw it. She couldn't hold it. She couldn't hold it.
Lord, why did we need these? We are absent one for another. But work cut out for you. We appreciate the work that you're doing. I think as you vet other candidates, the standard against which they will be measured will be against what we have now. And good luck to you.
Thank
Your
you.
endeavors, and thank you for your work.
Thank you very much. And I'm still
you
going,
know,
I think you're getting a check.
You all should, you should really walk away knowing that this is a national search. This profile will be just sent out nationally to tell the world that Jackson State University is looking for its next presidents, and here's who we're looking for. Here's what we're looking for them to possess. You can send the profile out to people you may know. You may know somebody who knows someone. We take confidential nominations. Just Carlton and I will take the nominations. Our contact information will be on the profile. We follow up. We don't talk about anybody else who's in the pool. This is a private confidential pool. We don't put anyone at jeopardy. So we don't talk about the pool, and neither will the search committee. So our goal is to create a process where candidates can feel confident and going through the process from start to finish.
And so know that on the initial distribution list, in addition to all the national advertisements, every single HBCU will get this profile. Every research institution in America will get this profile. Every major organization that prepares people for the presidency will get this profile. And everybody else we know will get this profile, and we will work from there. And again, we will also hunt down some candidates once we've got the profile solidified that we believe fit that profile, and try to talk them into getting into the search. I think the search is going to draw enough attention because it's Jackson State. They know what you've done historically. They know, people know what's here. So you're going to get some attention anyway. But we want to get you maximum
The right person.
attention.
We want to get the right person. And that's why being able to speak to specifically to what challenges and priorities they need to be able to address, that helps the person do their own self-assessment. They can say, well, have I done that before? Is this a stretch for me? So you want to give that guidance so that you won't waste their time, that kind of thing. That's why it's really important for us to hear from you as stakeholders.
So thank you. This has been an enjoyable and productive session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so they're getting ready to get another session. I am mobile right now, so I'm hoping that these girls the recap has in the chat. I see some chatter about sport, and this is not like sports is minuscule to be compared to like what we're talking about here. Like this is not. I don't know. Um. Hi. All right, sorry about that. I'm mobile right now. um, hopefully, okay. I don't know if you guys were hearing what I was saying, but basically what I was saying is, um, the it's getting ready to be the is the alum session at 3 or is it at 4? I want to say the student session is coming up next. And hopefully there'll be some better dialogue. And then after the conclusion of the student session will be the alumni session. Oh, it's faculty round 2. Okay. So who was that just talking? Administrators? That definitely was that staff that was blowing it out like that? Oh, the staff was talking this round, boy. They was not leaving out nothing. They was really talking. Okay, staff. All right, staff. What? Okay. So, yeah, the staff was really talking. I was thoroughly impressed, actually. They were letting it be known. I think one of the things they brought up was the water issue. There, what that, and that's crazy that during that particular, those talking points, the staff highlighted that the lack of water, and said something about going to the legislature for money. And I'm just sitting here like, you guys do know that they had money that was given to and we all know how the Republican legislature is, but the fact that they were still talking about that is mind-blowing. And I dare I say that they give any money whatsoever to Jackson State University. Hey Jerome.
Hey, hey. Hey,
Um
yeah, this session was more lively and more engaged, so that was refreshing.
Absolutely. And I'm just gonna kind of let you take over for the next 10 minutes because I'm trying to get Braxton back home. But I wanted you to highlight a little bit about why what we're looking for, because I think a lot of people in the comments are kind of mistaken on they're
Yeah,
interested more so on sports and stuff like that. And sports has been doing fine under 5 different presidents in the last 5 years.
right.
So you don't necessarily need a president that likes sports. You just don't need to get in the way of what's already there. So can you go ahead and talk a little bit about what we're looking for? Not necessarily saying that that a person isn't qualified, but how we're trying to implement the next president and set Jackson State up for success.
Absolutely. And just to kind of piggyback off of the first point, we already have a phenomenal AD, that is responsible for that athletic success. So, he's operating in his lane. He's making sure that the athletics continue to be, solid from top to bottom, from APR to performance, productivity, et cetera. So that side of JSU is taken care of. We don't need to dibble and dabble on that. What this search is essentially for, and this is why we have to be, as alums and stakeholders, we have to remain focused. And I think sometimes the lines get blurred as to who does what, et cetera. The purpose of the university president is to be that central leader that is moving the university forward. And that's not just athletics, that's the regular students, the faculty, the staff, and just the viability of the institution. And that includes, of course, enrollment growth, which the enrollment is down slightly, and it's been down for quite some time. We're talking about fundraising, we're talking about corporate sponsorships, we're talking about graduation rates, we're talking about improving the high attrition that we have going on, because attrition is a problem right now, not just at Jackson State, but some other schools as well. We're talking about campus safety. We're talking about implementing new programs. We're talking about strengthening existing programs. So all those things are cumbersome when it comes to this search for a university president. And listening to some of the faculty from this morning, as well as some of the faculty from just now, and even some of the students from this morning, you can tell that these individuals are looking for a president that has all those things in place, or if they don't, they can assemble a very credible team to be a part of their cabinet that can propel the university to the next level. So, um, you know, I hope that we don't misconstrue. And honestly, I feel like that's one of the things that we've kind of fallen into a trap since Prime came to Jackson State with the success of the football program and, of course, the Sonic Boom. We've gotten so distracted from the real issues and the real priorities on the institution, like on campus. So listening to these faculty, listening to these students, and of course, we're going to hear from the alumni later. Um, Hopefully, their feedback will get us refocused on what is really important. Because again, our athletic director is doing an amazing job with respect to athletic department. That's taken care of. But how do we propel the institution further? How do we increase scholarships? We had a student from Chicago speak early this morning, and he's talking about how, he's run out of money, things are expensive for the online course, et cetera. We haven't seen a real push towards the GAP Fund anymore. The GAP Fund, as you guys know, was a space where students who may need help clearing a balance, or let's say they had some type of hardship or emergency, that fund was used to help students, facilitate those requests. We've got students who actually have a scholarship need. They may have, of course, the required GPA, et cetera, but there may not be enough money to go around to help them continue their education. And as we know, at most institutions, college tuition goes up annually. So how can these students, continue to remain at Jackson State instead of having to go back home? How can we keep them there? And the way that we can keep them there is by having a president in place who either has that fundraising background or who can bring in someone who is like a shark and knows what they're doing to bring in really big dollars to help these students complete their degrees. Um, Also, of course, as you guys know, we've got the 150th anniversary coming up in just 2 years. And to be honest, most institutions, most HBCUs that have a milestone anniversary, they start planning like 3 or 4 years out. So we're already a little bit behind the curve. And we need someone in place that can assemble a competent, credible team who can facilitate this milestone anniversary. And typically, what comes along, of course, with a anniversary of that size, is what's called a capital campaign. So you want to kick off your capital campaign like 2 or 3 years out from the celebration, to ensure that you're going to make that to reach that benchmark or that milestone. So those are all tangible, viable reasons as to why we have to get it right this time when it comes to the next president of Jackson State.
And I love that how you explained it, that this is so much more than football. This is so much more than sports. Our athletics is AD Robinson has done a fantastic job, and through ups and downs and the ebbs and flows of this presidential search, and then an interim president, and then another search, and then an interim president. There hasn't been any drop off. Can you talk a little bit about what you would like to see from the rest of the listening sessions? I think one should be starting again soon.
Yeah. So the first thing I would love to see from the students, I think that's the next session, and then the alumni. Um, I would just love to see honesty. Like, of course, we want to remain professional, and we want to have people who can articulate their point well. Um, but I want to see people feel comfortable enough to just be genuine and honest. And I want people to express uh, desires that have not already been stated, because the last thing we want to do is just kind of sound like a broken record. So I hope that the students the next session, and of course the alumni in the evening session, I hope that they have maybe like a list of 3 variables that they feel are important to the viability of the institution that have not already been discussed. Um, can we delve more into what that R1 climb looks like? Can we delve more into what enhanced safety measures that we can have, just with respect to maybe getting some federal grants that might be out there to help us increase our safety on and around campus? Can we have some individuals come to the mic and talk about the importance of beautifying the area around Jackson State? Because that just may be a factor into why their enrollment has been stagnant or has fallen. People want to send their kids to an institution where not only the campus is nice, but the area around the campus is nice. So can we, have that as a factor when it comes to a president? Can we have some individuals come to the table to talk about how we can better market the institution and our strengths? From the students to the alumni to the faculty, all the research that's being done. Can we highlight some students who are, gaining really great internships from coast to coast during the summer and talking about those things? So overall, just wanting to hear some new, fresh ideas, fresh perspectives than what we've already heard from this morning in this most recent session.
Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and turn the thing back on. If I can figure out how to do it. Okay, yep, okay.
Pleased to have this opportunity to meet with
All
you.
right.
We are from AGB Search, which is
Thank
the
you so
firm
much,
that
Jerome.
IHL has hired to facilitate your search for your next president. We want to begin by introducing ourselves and telling you a little bit about this process and what we're looking for today. So I'm Carlton Brown. I'm a senior executive search consultant with AGB Search. I've been with the firm since 2017. I'm also, since 2016, a governance consultant with Association of Governing Boards, dealing with board issues, how boards work, how presidents work, business model issues, et cetera. Prior to that, I was president of Clark Atlanta University from about 2008 to 2015. Prior to that, I was president of Savannah State University for 10 years. And before that, I was at Hampton for 10 years as a dean and vice president. So we are very much of the academy, and we look to see what is important in the lives of HBCUs. These sessions are designed for us to gather feedback and information from every stakeholder group about what they're looking for in their next president, about what the needs are. We take all of that and we mold it into a profile document that becomes, as my colleague likes to say, the North Star for the search. It'll inform all the advertisements, all the recruitment activity, et cetera. And we will use that far and wide to begin to find the appropriate field of people to enter this search. First as basic candidates that the committee can sort through and then begin to find out what else is there. We want you to know the board is deeply engaged with this process and in fact has made some input already. You've got one board member present with you today. We know that others are listening online. So this is very much a fully engaged process. We want all stakeholders engaged. Bobby.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Bobby, and I'm a principal with AGB Search. I've been with the firm since 2017. I've been in higher education or in education for about 35 years, have worked in all sectors of education, including K-12 and higher ed. Most recently was at the University of Puget Sound as a faculty member in the School of Education and also an administrator and chief of staff for Prince George's Community College, ACE, the American Council on Education, where I develop leadership programs for aspiring college leaders across the nation. I also work on the governance side of AGB, and I have worked with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation on education reform around the nation as well. So I feel very fortunate to be your partner along with Dr. Brown. We hope to hear from you about what you desire in the next president. This search is confidential. So the candidates want to feel secure that if they enter this search, that they will not be jeopardized at their current place of employment. And so whoever's in the search will not ever be, it's in perpetuity. The finalists will be the people that will be exposed, but search is definitely confidential. And so that's going to help us generate a stronger pool. And so we're hoping that we hear from you. This is your moment to inform that profile that we send out so that candidates can say, is this opportunity something that aligns with my experience, my body of work, my accomplishments? That's how they're going to assess if they want to apply or not. So that's why we have to have a document that is authentic in its communication about what's on the hearts and minds right now of the stakeholders of this institution. And we know Jackson State University is going to be an attractive search. People are going to want to work here for different reasons. But we want to, when we hear their why, we want to hear that they understand Jackson State University. They've done their homework and they understand how they align. If someone says, oh, I've always loved the institution, my family's from the area, that's not a good reason, right? We want to hear content. We want to hear why you want to be at Jackson State. We want to hear that you've done your homework and you have knowledge of the institution, what its needs are, and how your skills and abilities are going to move it forward. So with that, I'm going to start out with personal and professional attributes. And because I think that kind of peppers you a little bit to start thinking about challenges that they would need. When you think about the attributes and the skills that they need, they must be tied to some challenges that they need to be able to address. So let's start with that, personal and professional attributes. Oh, and you want to go to the mic because you want your colleagues that are online to hear what you're saying, okay? So let's make sure we keep them in the room.
Again, there's a mad dash to the microphone. Hope people don't trip over each other.
Okay. Yeah. We have one taker.
You know,
Your name and where you are.
oh, sorry, my name is Karen Lindstrom, and I teach in counseling, rehabilitation counseling, and psychometric services.
Okay.
And so, as a personal attribute and a professional one, I think that the person needs to have a high level of moral development.
Okay.
So they will maintain professional behavior with everyone that they come in contact with.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you for getting us going. Others?
What do you need? My name and address?
Yes, yeah, everyone has a name and where you work.
Okay. Shauna Smith, the Department of English and Modern Languages. And as someone whose parent worked in administration at an HBCU, I think integrity is a very important attribute that needs to happen. Integrity to the university, making the needs of the university primary. And I would say, as an English professor, communication skills, communication with the faculty, with the staff, with the students, and with the alumni is very, very important. Had something else. Oh, I want someone who's going to make the academic side of JSU shine and put it out front just as much as we see the football team in the bowl.
Mhm. Thank you. Others?
Other input? Just on attributes. Is there any particular background you want this person to have had? Do you want them to have been a president somewhere before? Do you want them to have worked at vice presidential level? What are you looking for? So which one of you is going to say what y'all just shared?
Oh, he gave you up right away.
Come on. Come on, bro.
To the mic, you gotta have to the mic.
No? Maybe later? We'll come back to you now.
Remember, this is your moment. So then,
It's about getting
so-
input.
right. So then you don't want to see, you look into the future when the president comes and you're saying, well, they don't do this, they don't have this background. Well, we didn't hear from you. You know, there might be some nugget that you have that can make all the difference. And this is what we always say when we develop questions for the candidates. We develop a draft set of questions that, we want the committee to consider, because the questions need to ask the right questions to get the right information from the candidates, right? Makes sense? We don't want them to come to the end of the interviews and say, well, this candidate didn't speak about X, Y, or Z. And then somebody says, well, we didn't ask them. So same thing here, okay? And when the president comes, you want to be able to say, I see something that we discussed in this person. But if you don't contribute, then,
She's back again.
okay, but I'm not preaching, but I'm just saying, this is your moment, so fill out
It's okay
either,
for
if
you
you
to
don't feel this. You could also fill out the link if you don't feel comfortable, but we need to hear from you.
I think it's important to have a prior experience at the administration level,
Mhm.
and especially in HBCU. I think that's important. I think having somebody whose ego is already developed, so it's easier for them to maintain moral development and moral decisions that don't hurt the university or himself long term. So I think having already been there is a good attribute to look for. So I would hope that you would look for someone who's already had a lot of higher administration at HBCU.
Mhm. Thank you.
Very good. Other input on attributes. Skill sets, traits, characteristics, background, experience. What do you want them to have had?
Okay.
I've been waiting on you. You've been sitting over there holding on to stuff for no apparent reason.
Happy Monday, everyone.
Happy Monday.
I'm Don Span, Department of Journalism and Media Studies. One of the things that's important and been touched upon in terms of moral characters, and definitely important, integrity, but a visionary. Someone, not just a visionary, but then the plan in terms of how they're gonna make that vision come to fruition. Definitely great communication skill with everyone. We say everyone, beyond the campus, we know the students, the faculty, staff, but the community as a whole. How do we come together as one? We talk about the JSU being, one, but again, someone who can pull us all together and understand what it takes, and not just a good communicator, but a good listener at the same time. We got to be able to listen to what's being said and value that. I think that's important. Value different opinions, because as we know, to be successful, we may not always agree, but we should have enough, just enough, again, just understanding, just seeing it from a different perspective. So I definitely think a visionary is important, because we know where we are now, but in 5 years, in 10 years, how do we get there? And how do we bring everybody else on board to help us get there?
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Other input. Yeah, I'm still looking up upstairs there. So I know y'all got something you need to put on the table. Well, let's move to the next question then. See what we've got there. So what do you think are the 3 most important opportunities that await the next president in terms of things to do and must get done at Jackson State University? What are those things? They could be things that have been sitting there waiting to get done for a long time. Could be something brand new.
I think we're trying to go to R1 level research, so that should be priority. That takes a lot of money
Yep.
and a lot of changes, like the IRB needs to be open, all year long, so things can get across their desk, and so research can be done. And right now, of course, the administration, as in, White House, is difficult and up and down, but I think there's grants out there that can help us and help us on that trek. So some more help with grants as well as a more accessible IRB. And so I think that would be helpful to make sure that then it helps faculty know that instead of the IRB being a, oh my gosh, it's like more of a, oh, okay.
Yep.
So, and then of course, grants that people can learn how to use different tools to get grants. And of course, the president needs to go after money himself.
Mhm.
He needs to go to legislature and he at state level, and he needs to, you know, have a passion in his heart for HBCU, JSU to meet that challenge and to be known as a place to go to college.
Mhm. Very good. Other input on opportunities. What do you think ought to be the next president's major priorities as he or she comes into the situation?
Can't pick everything. So what in your mind would be if you had a sheet of paper you can give to the president, say, these are the top 5 you need to focus on, starting day 1. We know you can't focus on everything, but here's a list. What would be on that list?
So would it be better if you two guys came to the microphone together? Would that help us? Well, I don't know.
Yeah, he's the leader. He's the leader because he got his arms crossed. He's the leader.
Come on, we got to get some input from one of you. Come on.
Remember, what would be on that list? If you could say, if you, and you want the president to be successful, right? You got to go to the mic. Yes.
Yes.
I'll make it very short.
And that's okay. We have
Thank you,
time.
Dan. We worked hard enough to get you up there, so, you know.
Yes, my name is Lamar Superryan. I teach in the history department. I've been here at Jackson about 15 years. One of the things I do hear very often is that the lack of salary, the salary is not inadequate.
Okay.
So that has been a challenge for retaining faculty here at Jackson State. And also the support for research financially. Those are 2 areas I think should be discussed.
Mhm.
That's all. Thank you.
Very good.
Good. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Now, see, nobody else had raised the salary issue before, so
Mhm.
maybe you just stayed there and left that out. Then you got a president coming in saying, well, we know the salaries are not a problem. You don't want
Because
that.
nobody said anything.
You don't want that. Okay, so he led the way, gentlemen.
Anyone else? Other priorities, challenges that you want to see on that list?
I'm sure this will be addressed with the students, but better housing for the students,
Mhm.
completed projects, with all of the things that they need that are working and effective and comfortable for them. The reason why it impacts faculty is when there's issues with students coming to class because of different challenges with housing. And I've seen that.
Mhm. Makes everybody's job easier, right? Students come and can be focused.
See, that's very important because years ago, when I was getting ready to build new residence halls at Savannah State, there were those who said you can't make them too comfortable because the students won't come to class. We found the opposite. We built Class A multi-person suites, and we found that quality of life was so enhanced that they readily engaged in the rest of life. So there's a beautiful walk from the residence halls to the academic buildings. Cafeteria at the other end, so you got to stop to a cup of class before you get to the food. And it's the whole environment that you build that makes it work or not work. So that's critically important. And too many people, I think, that engage with institutions don't understand the relationship between the quality of housing and other amenities and class attendance and deeper engagement from students. Also impacts the mental health issues in an enormous way. So that's pretty good input.
Others.
I'm still looking at the back row. No, you walk
Your
back.
buddies, your buddies up there.
Try to look behind him.
Mm.
We tried. So whatever his input was, if the next president starts to fail, it's his fault.
So what's going well? So when we talk about opportunities, I always say we like to do a mini appreciative inquiry. What's going well? Because sometimes you can learn about what's going well to address pain points. So what are some things that you think are going very well at Jackson State University that other areas could benefit from? And it's not putting on rose-colored glasses, but when something's working well, something's working well. So what is it? Right?
And you keep bouncing back from whatever hits you. So something's got to be working well enough to cause you to bounce back. So what's going well, whatever it is. We need to know what that is.
Yeah, so what makes you keep coming back every day and staying a part of this? Something is fulfilling, something is feeding your soul, right? What is it?
And that's a question the best candidates are going to ask us.
Mhm.
So you got to give us the answers. Anybody?
I love my students. They're awesome.
That's a great answer right there.
Yep, that's what I'm not surprised, but it's good to hear it.
They're curious and they listen even though they're on their phone. and they're fun to be with.
Do any of the rest of you disagree with that?
Got anything to add? Awesome, curious, and on their phones, but fun to be with.
I teach graduate school, so they come in at 6 o'clock and they're hoping their kid got home.
Yeah.
Their husband got home, or grandmother, or somebody's there for their kid, and they're taken care of. So
Yeah.
they're quietly on their phone, but they listen.
Mhm.
They've learned to double track at least.
Yeah.
Other thoughts? Yes.
To the mic.
In terms of.
You have to come to the mic.
Well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the good news? Mhm. That's what we want to hear about, because candidates want to know. Every institution has challenges. That is a given. But what's going well?
One of the things that's really going well, from my perspective, is IT. We have a great IT team. And one of the things in the process of doing now is in terms of how we're rolling out AI and making sure that next leader understand the importance of AI and how we continue to build upon that, and how we better prepare our students for using it, the right way, the effective way. And also one of the things that's really going to be important is not always about, when it comes to like faculty, is, salary not always the best thing to make a person feel well. How do we, and so like morale is important. How do we keep everyone engaged and a good sense of feeling and just willing, just ready to come to work on a regular basis, not because they have to come to work. And one of the things that, is she touched upon that in terms of the fact that a lot of faculty really take pride, which we all do, in terms of coming here for our students. We value our students. But at the same time, we want it to be a balance across the board. We know about student centeredness, which is highly important, but at the same time, it's a balance. And one thing that was said earlier that I think is also a key, like we're more than athletics, and we definitely more than the boom, but again, making sure that when they come into that, understand that, center that attention also to everybody. In a sense, it's important in that regard. But JSU is a great institution. A lot of, it's a resilient institution as well. When challenges emerges, we come together as one. But it shouldn't take challenges all the time for us to come together. We should be one at all times. And that's what we're looking for, is kind of bridge the gap to make sure that faculty, staff, students, and everybody are all on that same mindset and all reaching for that same goal in terms of being one. But again, it's a great institution, great leaders who served before, and we just want stability. We want somebody going to be here we're saying a minimum of 5 years, and then who knows more moving forward. But we need that stability so that we can keep our faculty here focused on knowing that the top administration is in place, and that makes a major difference because talks about it. Student talks about what's going on, with the leadership as well. And so we're hoping and optimistic that this time, everything's going to fall in place, and we'll have stability, as I stated, for 5 years, and then from 5 years, we'll see what's going to happen beyond that.
Very good. Thank you. Important input.
Thank you.
Other input. Yes, gentlemen, I'm still looking at the back. Your colleague is very disappointed in the two of you.
Mark it down.
Yeah.
You mark it down. You're gonna take a note. You're gonna make a note of this.
Yeah.
Don't salary raise.
Yeah. And make sure you share that with the new president when the person comes in. You just let him know these two characters right here.
Other thoughts, challenge, priorities, opportunities, or personal attributes, just whatever, they're all tied together, but for the purposes of our notes, we use these notes, as I said, in conversations with candidates. So.
I want to say something.
See, he's got to take up all the slack for you guys. This is terrible.
Okay.
You're gonna buy coffee.
Yeah.
I hope so, at the very least.
Listen, what I'm about to say may sound kind of radical. My name is Lamar Superrine. And I said I've been here for 15 years. And for the last 10 years, the changeover of the presidency here at Jackson State. And this gentleman will talk for stability. I'm hoping that the new president will not replicate the errors of the past. And that's a really abstractive sort of thing. How would we know that until the president performs? Or the new president performs. So that has been a challenging area here, and that's a task for you guys. What would you do to look back and pinpoint some of those mistakes that when you carry out this research to make recommendations, that you wouldn't carry over some of the mistakes of the past, to be all humans? And that's an area of concern because we have had 5 presidents. And then I'm thinking here how this search would guarantee that turnover didn't happen, does not happen in 1 or 2 years. And so we have to go through this all over again. So it's a question for both of you.
So let me tell you what we do that is a little different than what other search firms do. We ask the institution and the board to build a transition team and a transition plan. Included in all of that is a clear understanding of what has happened in the past, making sure that the person becomes properly engaged with stakeholders on the issues. They know what the stakeholder issues are, and that they begin to understand how to move all of that forward in a collaborative way. Because what we keep finding, and what we've been saying publicly for some time now, is we believe many presidencies are actually beginning on a downward spiral in the first 2 months. If you come in without an understanding of the past, if you come in without an understanding of what the big issues are, if you have no guide to make sure that you're meeting with the right people in the right place at the right time and understanding the issues in the right place at the right time and knowing how the thing operates and knowing how the board operates, then things begin to go wrong fairly quickly. Okay. And so we think that there are ways to avoid those problems and move forward. And somewhere in that discussion has to be a discussion of the past.
Mhm.
What did my predecessors do? How did this go wrong? How do we know that that went wrong? Not to talk about them, but to make sure that that new person has a grasp of where the institution's been.
And
Yeah, also, if I add, once the president comes in, I suspect if I was the president, I didn't apply, but there ought to be a committee that the president would simulate that represents various parts of the university. That the president will not have only background information coming in, which may not be a guarantee. You know, you can go up there and talk what you want.
But that's what we're talking about. It's
Yeah.
a transition, a whole team. that
transition
includes
team.
campus folks.
So who
as
should the
well as
president
board
be meeting
folks,
with
et cetera.
and when?
Yeah.
Stakeholders, internal, external, alumni, foundation, business, industry, but making sure that the president is getting, they might do a listening tour.
Okay.
So so I have a question for you. If this was the new president here and asking the same questions, what would you say about priorities? What should I focus on if I'm the new
Well,
president?
you have to be human-centered, and human-centered mean not online. Some of that human-centered mean you to connect with the students. With the students, we wouldn't be here. University driven by students, and that is a commitment of students, a satisfaction of students, retention of students, and that has a lot to do from top-down sort of administration, or how events unfold from the top down. And so that I would, human-centered. Second, be connected with the community around here. People are afraid to come here sometimes.
Really?
Because of it's not safe outside around here in Jackson. I'm not saying it's totally bad. That's a challenge there. And then, of course, the technology, because we're driven by technology. And my colleague there could add a pop more. But those are three things.
You guys that aren't talking, is that what you're talking about then?
But I like where you're going with this. See, now you're getting at what we want.
Yeah.
So I think human-centered is a universal thing. Without human beings, you wouldn't have a communication, you wouldn't have a business going, so to speak. But then that has to be penetrated to the student, the people around you.
Yeah.
I mean, we are not here. I'm not saying warehouses are bad. We are not in a warehouse like Amazon packing boxes.
No, you're not.
Yeah, we're dealing with human beings where their reaction can resonate beyond and ruin the reputation of the university.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So
you see, you got me going here.
That's
So.
good. That's what we want.
And
That's what we want.
so see, one of the things that happens is, and we tell boards this all the time, the moment you hire a new president, that becomes the person in the environment that knows the least about everything. Everything.
Right.
And if the institution and the board don't take it upon themselves to begin that education and to deepen that education and to acquaint them with what's going on, then you're sowing the seeds of failure. So for example, what are the important student-focused traditions for Jackson State? What are the important alumni-focused traditions? Are there faculty traditions that must be upheld? What are all these things?
That are student-centered.
Yeah, that we get into that makes the place what it is and that reminds people of history and what are those things and how does a president get into those things? All that is just very, very important.
You have to ask yourself, how am I going? I love this institution. I love Jackson State. This new president is here. How am I going to help this president be successful?
May I ask one more question before I go
Of
up?
course.
Absolutely.
I like the idea of experience. And one of the things I've gone through personally as a young man, on my first job, I didn't have the experience. And I grew once I got a job, even as a student, even as a professor. I see where experience can be paramount. It can be one of the most important ingredients or aspects of one attaining a job. But semi-experience, not total lack of experience, it may be good as well because the person is willing to learn.
Yeah.
Along through the chain of command and
Mhm.
various areas and so on. So I wouldn't pin down my bet on a candidate having this, 25-page CV, and plus the person can speak well and all of that. And next thing you know, it's a mistake. All right, I'll stop there.
No,
Thank
you don't have to stop. You're speaking for three people. but
Yeah,
you-
really, you got a lot of work to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, though.
Yeah.
So that's really where we want you all to go. Be thinking about that, Really, if you're talking to the next president, what would you be saying? Okay, now you're here. Because I know that's going to be a different kind of a feeling, right? So what would you be telling that person? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be the middleman to get to the pool and advertise that so that we will attract the people that can answer those questions.
And see, everybody who can preside can't preside everywhere. So part of this exercise is to match people with place. I take me as an example. You should never put me in charge of a large state university. I won't like it. I won't do well. Because I can't get to know everybody. I'm a small university guy, okay? And the smaller, the better. The more I can move around among all the people, the better it's going to be. So, you got to fit the two things together. What does the institution need? And what kind of person meets that need? And that's what we're after here.
And you need somebody with that self-awareness
Yeah.
to know.
Because some people really believe they can preside anywhere. And I tell you right now, that ain't true. This is not true. Other input. Anything you want to say, questions we didn't ask. Answer the questions we didn't ask. No one? Okay, now we're going to be checking to make sure your colleagues took good care of you. Because
Yeah, we're going to find it. We want to know, did you get dinner and not only
it's
coffee?
past coffee now. It's got to be at
Yeah.
least lunch now.
Guys, I'm not meant.
Really? Okay. Oh, well, listen, yes, sir. Did you raise your hand there? Okay. Listen, this has been some good input. We appreciate you all very, very much. And pay attention when the profile is published. Our contact information will be on the profile. Also, remember, there's still a survey link that is open for your further input. And we'll look for that as well. We're going to look at all this data as we put this profile together. And it all will come in handy as we talk to candidates as well. Because they're going to ask us a bunch of questions and we need some stronger and stronger lenses about how we look at them. And all this is feeding into that. So thank you very much. Y'all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you again.
Jerome, you want to recap this session?
Hey, tomorrow, hold on a second.
Okay, everyone. So we have about 20 minutes until the alums get up and start talking. And I believe that the alums will probably, yes, I'm going to drop the link for the survey. I believe that the alums will clear the room in terms of answering all of the IHL or the AGB board, or excuse me, search. I think she called herself a principal, and the gentleman, I feel like they will answer any. Oh, you said students are next? Okay. Well, maybe it'll be the 4:00 one. So the students are next. I'm hoping that they get the SGA involved, or the even if you get RHA, we have so many different student organizations there's no reason why um, okay. It's, so there is an update. Um, that the SGA and other orgs have been pushing the notification out, so organizations and more should be in the next one. But there's no reason why we shouldn't have the SGA president, vice president, like all of our student scholars and leaders on campus. I know sometimes when you are in those types of organizations that are closely connected to the administration and Jackson State, sometimes as students, you hold some things close to your chest in terms of like outing what the problems are, but they could definitely add insight on some things that need to change or some things that are going well, and not surface level in the sense of please don't talk about, oh, we don't have any more pizza parties, or like that is minuscule in terms of what needs to be done for the university. Or, I'm not saying that those things can't be important, but we're talking about your overall experience at Jackson State, academics. And so highlighting a pizza party with the president or being able to see the president in a in the grand scheme of things, that is not going to help solve the issues that you guys are having. In some earlier sessions, students highlighted the visibility of the president. And it's like, yes, being visible and able to see your stakeholders, which is your students, of course, and being visible and is important. But more importantly is bringing in research dollars, bringing in funding, uh, getting the legislature to fund certain projects, your infrastructure, your security, lighting, water. Like these are things that are more important than just a pizza party. So I would like for the students to kind of dig deep and really talk about some of the issues that are happening on campus and not be surface level. Oh, you're welcome. And then, of course, I think that the main listening session that's probably going to be the most impactful is probably going to be when the alumni speak. And the reason why that is because faculty and staff and even students, sometimes they feel as though if they say how it really is, that there might be some backlash or retaliation for speaking up. And that is also why I definitely encourage people to fill out the survey, because if you fill out the survey, there's two of them. There's one for IHL and one directly from AGB. And sometimes it can look like it's a survey that's long-winded, but if you need help getting your thoughts pen to paper, for instance, one of the questions, they're basically asking the same questions that they're asking the stakeholders on these listening sessions, which is basically, what are you looking for? What are 3 characteristics that you're looking for in the next president? What are some things that need to be worked on? And you can also list which types of presidents or not type, but you can list like 3 or 4, 5 candidates that you feel are best suited to take over for Jackson State if you could have a president and had the ability to choose? And that's the thing, like they announced, I want to say they announced it like Thursday or Friday. They announced it. I saw it on social media, and then that they were having it Monday and Tuesday. Um, so I mean, even if you do feel like it's for show, I feel like the fact that there's not a I'm not going to say there's not a good foot forward, because obviously it was intentional. There's a lot of folks that were in Vegas, a lot of folks that, you know, it's right there Monday morning, fresh off a weekend. The messaging wasn't out that much. It reminds me of when the Jackson State Alumni Association had the ability to speak with the board members, and it was online, and they didn't send the link out to everyone. So even if you had a membership, because I made sure I had my membership, and I did not receive a link to participate. And so it was one of those things where it was like, oh, okay, we had technical difficulties sending out a link. And so therefore you didn't have the presence that people were looking for. But the alumni, I'm pretty sure the 1877 project should be in attendance. Yeah, there wasn't any type of link sent out or anything. I know that Brother Seeley McGinnis is going to be there, and you know he's not going to mince his words. So the only thing that we're praying is that the IHL listening session doesn't have technical difficulties once the alums get on here, because they are definitely going to speak their mind. Whereas faculty and staff, you know, they feel like, you know, maybe there would be some type of backlash. Let me go ahead, and while we're waiting, I'm going to post the link. So these close tomorrow night at 11:59. I should be having a live tomorrow, but yeah. It says oh, and then another thing, like if you leave and come back, it'll still be in there. Okay, so this is the link to the input survey, and that's for AGB, I'm sorry. And then IHL also has a survey. So there's 2 surveys that you can complete. As I stated earlier, they are looking for, you know, you to fill it out, but not just 1 or 2 words, right? So if you are having a little bit of trouble with your wording, but you know, like, you know that you want, I'll just give you a question. So what are the 2 most important opportunities that await the next president? I said making sure Jackson State gets to R1 status, strengthen community, state, and global partnerships. And then I said online program needs to be expanded. And then you can just copy and paste that. Copy and paste that, and into Chat GPT, and then it'll formulate a more professional response. That way you do not have to think like, okay, I'm just going to name 3 things. Then it asks, what priorities should the campus president focus on? Student housing and campus infrastructure, enrollment growth and retention, and then a bold forward-looking strategic plan. Jerome went over in the first break that we had, he went over it. And then it says, are there any other comments that you would like to share? And lastly, we would be pleased to receive confidential nominations for this position. And I tried to get so here is the direct link for the first one. That's for AGB. And you know what? I think that maybe folks would be more like the faculty, the staff, and the students, they probably would do better submitting an input survey just because it's confidential versus putting their name out there. I think maybe one of the things that they could have done better is have some the ability to anonymously submit the answers. Definitely have the answers ahead of time. Like, there's nothing more frustrating than not being able to get all of your thoughts processed and you have to go off the dome. Some people are good with that, but even a person who is good with going off the cuff would love to be able to give a thorough answer and not miss anything when you're being asked this type of question. Me personally, when I think about the nominations, I will have to look up like who are some of the current higher ed administratives that are Jackson State alums at other universities. Like, that's important. I think that if they've proven on at those various levels that they have the ability, then maybe those are who we should take a look at as being our president. So Melva, and I'm just gonna read some of these out. I am in no way saying that that is who you guys should submit, but I do think that these are some folks that you could look at. Okay. Melva K. Wallace, she has a PhD in urban higher education from Jackson State in 2008. She has extensive enrollment in student affairs, enrollment management, and HBCU leadership. And her current role, say she's at Houston Tillotson. Let's see. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. Let me see. Yeah, she's the president of Houston Tillotson University currently. She serves as the 7th president and CEO of Houston Tillotson University in Austin, Texas. She's a national advocate for historically Black colleges and universities. Dr. Wallace Wait a minute. Hang on, y'all. Let me see. I don't know. Hi there. We'll be live. I don't think I'm getting off of the live anytime soon. In 5 minutes, the students come on, and then after the students come on, the alums come on. So yes, I don't think I'm pronouncing that correctly. But if we look at her experience, she went to Jackson State from 2006 to 2008. She worked at Grambling State, Southern University, at Shreveport as the Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs. She was the Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs and Student Affairs. Associate Dean of College at Centenary College of Louisiana, Chief of Staff at Southern University, Baton Rouge. She worked at Southern a lot. Co-founder of the Higher Education Leadership Foundation. Her education includes Bachelor of Arts from Grambling State University, Master of Public Administration from Grambling State University, and a PhD from Jackson State University. So that is one of them. And Whitley, I don't know how long. I think it lasts, and I think it lasts for 2 years. I know we just got done. Let me see who else we got. It's not about whether or not they're interested. It doesn't matter if they're interested. It doesn't matter whether or not they're interested. They're asking for input. It said, nominate them, confidently nominate them. So I'm just telling you, people who are Jackson State alums, I'm just telling you about Jackson State alums. I'm just sharing people. These people don't know anything about this. See this one. Go ahead, baby.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, now go here. No, you can wait till they say something to you. Oh Lord. I'm just looking up folks that went to Jackson State that have. It's let me see. And then they don't even necessarily, let's see. Somebody already. So Dr. Kelly B. Samuels is the Associate Vice President for Institutional Effectiveness Research Assessment and Planning at Tuskegee University. She has a degree from Jackson State too. Where is James Minor now? So I already bought up James Minor. He is at Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville. And apparently, I mean, you could definitely put him in there. But he is a former Deputy Assistant Secretary for Higher Education Programs of the United States. He's a chancellor currently at SIUE. He's been there for 3 years and 8 months. He was the assistant vice chancellor and senior strategist at California State University, deputy assistant secretary for the U.S. Department of Education. He was an associate professor at Michigan State University, senior program officer and director of higher education programs at Southern Education Foundation. And his 3 educations include a bachelor degree of science from Jackson State University, master's degree in sociology from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and a doctor of philosophy in educational leadership and policy. So you can submit him, but right now he's in a great space. Oh, sorry. Let me turn it on.
Including HBCUs, a former professor and administrator at University of Puget Sound, a former chief of staff at Prince George's Community College, worked at the American Council on Education, helping young leaders who aspire to be presidents get ready. I facilitated the ACE Women's Network around the nation to help bring more women into the college presidency and work on the governance side of AGB as well. So that's just a little bit about me. We're here to hear from you about what you want to see in your next president, because your voice as students is really critical. And we want to hear what your thoughts are about what attributes, what opportunities, what personal and professional attributes, and what challenges the next president will need to be prepared to face, what challenges and priorities they need to be prepared to face through experience and through accomplishments. And so we want to hear from you. If we were the president, the new president up here today, what would you be telling us we need to be focusing on right now? Okay. So with that, I'm going to ask my colleague to introduce himself.
Good afternoon. I'm Carlton Brown. I've been with AGB Search since 2017, done a number of presidential searches around the country, including 9 HBCU searches. I'm also a consultant, a senior consultant for the Association of Governing Boards, dealing with governance, with boards of trustees, and working with presidents. I also do a lot of presidential coaching. In my career, I spent 10 years, several years ago at Hampton University as first a dean, then a vice president. Then my first presidency was at Savannah State University, where I was for 10 years. And my final presidency was Clark Atlanta University, where I spent 8 years prior to retiring and engaging in this level of work. So we're very, very pleased to have you out today. We're very pleased to have the opportunity to work with Jackson State University in searching for its next president. As my partner said, this is a very important part of the process, because this is where we understand what the campus is looking for, what the different stakeholder groups need, and how it is we begin to formulate that. This all gets packaged into a profile, presidential profile, that will be the North Star for how we do everything in this search. It'll inform how we advertise, what's in the advertisements, and where we advertise. It will inform what kinds of people we're looking for, what kinds of people we surface, and where we send all of this to begin to find out who can be your next president. So with that, let's just start with the first and very, very important question. What to you are the 2 or 3 most important talents, skills, attributes, background experiences, etc., that your next president should possess? And we'd like for you to go to the microphone to answer that, so that we can have everybody who's listening online be able to hear you, and they will be making their input on a survey link.
Okay, thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I am Janiyah Taylor, a junior psychology major from St. Louis, Missouri. I currently serve as Miss Junior in Royal Court. And 3 things that I would like to see in the next candidate for our president is one who have history not only at HBCUs, but and with adolescents, teens, and college students as a whole. Secondly, I would want someone who've taught, as well as how can I say this? Not only encountered as on an admin level, but as a teacher level, or someone who's worked in a school as either an internship or just like service hours, just so they can know the ins and outs of school. The third thing I would like to see in our next candidate for the president is someone who not only make decisions for the university, but consider the students' voices as well. I think a lot of times when we do select president, and I think that our current president is doing a very good job of it, of taking into consideration of not only student voices, but she's taking into action. And I think whoever the next president will be, that they should follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to the mic.
Hey everyone, how are you doing? My name is Jsu Holland. I am a junior political science major and I currently serve as the Student Government Association Vice President. One of the first attributes I would like to see in a president is someone that is analytical and can break down critical decisions regarding campus. I feel like being a part of a historically black college or university, you have to have certain issues that doesn't take on other institutions. So being able to be analytical and can critically think when certain situations go on the campus, that's one fine attribute, as well as someone that's communicative as well and that can communicate with the student body. I feel like something that can be lost or that's a lost touch in the student body is that sometimes students don't feel centered or communicated with. And I feel like that's something that's missing from the student body at Jackson State University. So someone that can actually communicate, and then also someone that has experience in HBCU history as well, like working there, but also someone that can also give back in a certain sense of dropping knowledge. Like Janai said beforehand, the current president is doing a phenomenal job with actually interacting with students and actually interacting with the community of Jackson State University. But the qualities that I have listed would be someone that can actually follow suit in a presidential search and what we're actually looking for at Jackson State University. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jemiah Harper. I'm a junior accounting major. And basically a couple things that I wrote down. I was saying I don't think the president should be younger, but I definitely think we need like an authoritative figure who has connection with us and like has an emotional connection with us and HBCUs. Just someone with the emotional intelligence to just understand us and patience to actually like sit and work with us. I know a lot of presidents before wasn't staying for like a long time. So just like the patience, the emotional intelligence to like know us and know we want and even know we want to understand in us, but more to it, actions do speak louder than words. So something of that nature. Thank you.
Like the t-shirt. That's great. That's great. Very important message. Other input.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shamari. I'm a student here at Jackson State. I'm not the best speaker like them, so I'm gonna tell y'all the qualities I think that we should emphasize, and I'm gonna just use examples. So I remember you said you were at different institutions, and when I think of some qualities, the first thing I think of is transformative works. Proof of that. Someone I admire is Dr. Walter Kimbrough. He's currently at Talladega, but when I say that is that he is known for going into colleges. I think he was at Philander, he was at Dillard, and he was able to recognize patterns and exploit the problems and find solutions to those in a short period of time. So we need that quality here at Jackson State, someone who has that transformative mentality. Also, higher education experience is important, but I'm from South Georgia, so of course I'm familiar with that area. And I know we have a new president at Albany State. His name slips my mind right now. But when they were selecting him, they didn't just consider higher education experience. They considered executive leadership experience also. Because I know he had experience with Coca-Cola.
Yes.
And things like that.
We did that, sir.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that was a good choice for Albany State because of it's similar to, I think, the environment of Jackson State and how it's a larger historical institution. And so there's a lot of moving parts. And so that executive leadership experience, because we have issues with best management practices and how business is conducted. And so we need someone with that type of acumen. If I could think of one more example, I'm just gonna use Savannah State just because that's where you're from. But I like the president there. I think his name is Dr. Worrell.
Yes. I
Did that search.
Oh, well, okay. Dr. Worrell, one thing I like about him is that what Jackson State would prior do, and I've said prior because we've had a significant change from that time period to then, but he implemented a real strong, I think, strategic plan with a vision. And so the next president needs to be able to articulate a strategic plan with a clear, articulated vision. I know in Savannah States, because I just hear about them all the time, but Savannah States, he emphasized enrollment. He recognized that, you know, he wanted to increase that, and something maybe a couple of years ago, Jackson State was at 9,000 students. Now we're down to 6,000. So that's a issue that says, hey, there is some student concerns that need to be listened to because their quality or their approval is dropping. So we need a president who can recognize those type patterns in their strategy and have clear, defined points for those. Campus communication needs improvement. That needs to be an aspect of the strategic plan. Interdepartmental collaboration. Sometimes that's last minute or unorganized. Academic support. That's a strength at Jackson State, but despite the number of academic departments that we have, support to the faculty needs to be looked into, what resources they may need. Also, a strength of Jackson State is our student athletes and what services they may need to continue to be competitive. Because you have some departments that are able to be competitive more easily than others. And for right now, that's all I can think of, some major points.
Thank you. So you keep
That's
thinking.
pretty good.
You keep thinking, and when you have more, you come on back to the mic.
And you're right, Savannah State president is doing very, very well, and so is the one in Albany State. Both are doing
I thought
well.
she was going to the mic. Okay. Okay.
Logan, he kind of just sparked a couple extra ideas for me. I was also saying he was wrong about the better organization, because I was thinking, well, for example, I had a problem going on with my FAFSA for a while, and I remember calling since like June, July, because that's what is important. Like, it does matter, especially when it comes to registration of things. So I remember I was calling and I was coming up to the school. I even came to the school, you know, trying to get questions and answers. And I was talking to so many different people telling me different things. I remember I came in a couple weeks ago and they were just like, oh yeah, you just have to change this on your FAFSA and they'll be there. And I think it's just like little things, like it was such a simple solution. So I feel like me having to go through so many people and they're telling me different things, I feel like it is, you know, a communication thing. Like we should all be on the same page. I think we should work better at that. Also, he said about supporting faculty too. I like that because I know, like, you know, you talk to a lot of faculty, even, you know, we have peers, but we have like faculty that we look up to and that we talk to on a daily basis. And, you know, they're human too. They're going through things. So I feel like sometimes, like, you may be talking to, I can talk to anybody and they'll be like, oh, well, I'm going through this. And I feel like we should have a president that looks out for our faculty too and make sure, like, if they're feeling overwhelmed or overbearing, we should have a president who looks at that, okay, how can I help them? How can I make my staff feel, you know, calm and settled too? So not only the students, like, okay, it's the students, but the students are affected by the faculty, which, you know, they affect school. So it is like a chain, and
It's a simple paradigm. If the people who are providing support get support, then they're better able to provide support.
happy wave. Like now we're all happy.
Yeah,
Yes.
very good.
To the mic. And always focus on the mission. Use the mission as your guide.
Hey y'all, I'm here again.
Hey.
My name is Jsu Holland. Going back to the analytical piece of looking for a president, I was thinking about three critical things that Jackson State kind of faced that I've been seeing since my freshman year. And I feel like a lot of HBCUs faces problems such as housing, but also housing is a big portion, but having someone that's experienced in like a HBCU that has had a housing crisis before and how they work towards it. Being in the role of being in the Student Government Association since my sophomore year or even my freshman year, seeing how they deal with housing crisis and certain things on the campus. I feel like having someone in that experience, having someone in that position that has experience with dealing with that and to actually make it transactional with students, but transactional in the way of communication. Secondly, with different departments on campus, having someone that has been in like an academic provost side, because I feel like in certain departments on campus, such as our psychology department, they have a requirement. It's not all throughout all departments, it's just with their department, but they have to take a field test or they have to take a psychology test to graduate. But even if you have a 3.0 GPA, you still have to take that test. But having people that are experienced enough, or that college students that have faced those results and that have the certain GPAs, so why do I have to be held back for a test? So having people that are experienced in the academic side as well to actually advocate for those students, because that's been an ongoing issue since I was here last year and probably since before then. A third issue is someone that's experienced, well, this is like third critical issues on the campus of Jackson State University with things such as public safety, having the actual, I feel like the president that comes in next need to be someone that's experienced all those issues and how they can be fixing, because I feel like as our students we only can do so much, but actually have administration that can listen to us and actually be analytical with the thinking of it. Some of those issues aren't going to be faced in like the year or the year coming up or because the change we want to see isn't going to come so fast, but actually having a president that's here to stay and actually working towards those issues for the next set of students that come in to make JSU back to what the culture needs to be of. So that's my input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other input.
Others.
Traits, attributes, skills, experiences.
Hi.
Hello, excuse my voice. I'm a freshman. My name is Akenya Wood. I came from
Talk to
Chicago.
the mic.
You okay like this?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, my name is Akenya Woods and I'm a freshman. I came from Chicago, Illinois. And my second day, I'm in West Alex. My second day coming, well, ever since then, I've been sick in my dorm. And I found multiple complaints about it. Then I found that we got mold in there. I complained multiple times and nothing's changed. So I was just wondering that within the next president, can they please make housing like a big issue? Because like that was going on 3 months. And I'm sorry, like it hurt when I talk a lot, but I've been on multiple medications. I done took like more than 4 Robitussin bottles. My mom's sending out medicine. I can't stand being in my room. And it's not like I could go anywhere else. Then with us not having visitation, I don't know about nobody around here. So it's not like I could go to a friend room to go over there. I'm sorry for the way I'm speaking.
No, don't you?
But
Don't worry about
What's
that.
in your heart?
it's kind of frustrating for paying all that money to go to a school here. And you study asking for help, putting it out, having other people say things and nothing changes. But then when it comes to other people and their complaints, I'm not trying to say nobody's complaint is any smaller than mine, but when it comes to like a verbal altercation or anything, they'll be fast to help them with that, but rather somebody else help. I'm not really appreciative with that. I'm sorry.
No, don't
I didn't
apologize. No,
That's important.
you know what, your experience is valid and so you should feel free to speak on your experience, okay? Thank you, Willie, for sharing.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jalen Clark, and I'm a senior here at Jackson State University from New Orleans, Louisiana. And my main attribute for our next president is, well, let me just start off by saying Jackson State has already faced a lot of major setbacks, partially due to previous leadership controversies, and alleged scandals as well. And
I pull that up.
Yeah, 'cause I'm tall.
Yeah, me too. I'm a tall girl. I know, I saw that. Just at the top there.
Yeah, just put,
At
there
the
you
top, where by your shoulder, just push that up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I think I feel Jackson State has faced a lot of major setbacks regarding previous leadership controversies and alleged scandals, as I just said. And I think it's time that we appoint a president who is not just here for a position, but for a purpose as well. And piggyback off from one of my peers just mentioned about housing, it has been a major issue. As one of my other peers, Jakari, just mentioned, he's a junior and I'm a senior. And like he just mentioned, that has been an ongoing issue since his freshman year, as well as my freshman year, which is a year before. And going into, as this year just started, I was one of the students who was put in a hotel downtown. And we were just actually moved back on campus a couple weeks ago, like mid-September. And it was a major inconvenience because, you know, we just got settled and it was last minute. And we're like, well, what the heck? We just got comfortable. We just got settled. Now we got to move on again. Another thing I'd like to mention, the Palisades on-campus student apartments has been closed for almost 2 years. And one of my other peers just mentioned mold, big issue. Palisades was actually closed for that same issue. And when is that going to be fixed? Because the housing shortage has been ongoing long enough. And when will there be a change? Is what I'm saying.
What are the Palisades?
It's on-campus student apartments. It's like right behind John A. Peoples building.
Okay,
Y'all know where John A. Peoples is. It's like,
we'll figure it out.
yeah.
The science building.
Science building.
Next to that innovative, like.
Okay.
CSET building, the
Mhm.
technology.
Okay.
The one next to it.
You mentioned like biggest gauges, but it's kind of, it's built off, so we've been closed since my freshman year from all over.
Okay. So it's uninhabitable.
Uninhabitable, but it's a lot, it's a lot of
Mm.
Okay.
Anyone else? What's on your heart and mind about what you're looking for? First of all, in your next president, personal and professional attributes, and what challenges and priorities should that president be ready to step into day one? If you had a list, top 5, what else? This is good. You all are giving us some good information.
Yeah, she's a little taller than you.
Hey everyone, I'm Aaliyah Moore, a sophomore computer science major. And a few things I would think the next president should have is that analytical but operational background. But in sense of authority, I would say they have to be somewhat old school but open to innovation. So when students bring them suggestions, they need to know how to implement it in a way that works for the university as a business. And then also, they need to like somewhat evaluate the university's protocols when it comes to different departments, because some of them are not working as much at the moment. So looking into that and trying to figure out the operations would help a lot of the departments and things we have going on campus, especially with housing, because I've had a lot of senior friends, especially since this is my second year here. They spoke about the Palisades and the mold. And we've had a fix on that because I did formerly work as a RA. They somewhat fixed the roofing, because that's where the mold comes from, you know, the rain and condensation. It gets in that way. But going in and like taking an audit of everything that has happened and starting somewhat of a build on solution for the presidents who come after them, but also that the university can somewhat work with the president to get those solutions implemented. That would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Other input. Let's go to priorities. So your new president's been hired. This person's coming on campus. What are the first 3 and most important things you want that person to address in their first 2 years?
In addition to housing.
In addition, we have housing, we know housing. Yep.
Yeah, in addition to housing.
Good afternoon.
Yes,
No,
it's
afternoon. My name is Seth Adams again. I'm back. But I did like that question, 'cause I don't think that question was asked earlier. But I would say one of the number one thing is, well, I think I did say it, but administration. And if you are over a department, you need to run your department. And then the second thing I would like to see is, I guess, transparency and no, what do you call it? I don't want any more kind of scandals or anything going on behind closed doors that we have been going through. And one more thing is, I guess, the dealing with students. Because we are what makes this school. And if you don't have students, then you don't have a university. And so in order to keep the students here, I have many people come to me every day, said, I need some money for this, for financial aid. My financial aid is messed up. It's just anything that is dealing with. And I always try to help people. That's what I've been doing since my freshman year. And I continue to want to keep doing that. But we need if we were to have a president, a lot of people that we did have that were actually doing their jobs, we need them back. And I'm not gonna go into names per se, but it's a lot of it's it's a lot of things that need to be done seriously. And we need a new lawyer as well, but I can talk about that later. But that's really it.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, it's me again. Three things that I think our president, if he used to walk on campus, that he should address is one is safety. At nighttime, we live on an open campus where anyone can come in and off the campus, and we live in a rural area. So we see a lot of times people that are on drugs, as well as people who walk around with knives. It's actually been someone with firearm on campus before, and it's not very light outside. So if we was to go to Tiger Mart at night by ourselves, we not sure like if somebody come be walking up the street, walking this way, left or right. The second thing I think that should address is funding for students. A lot of students, for me per se, I come from out of state, and I paid from school through loans and out of state, out of like not tuitional scholarships. We have a scholarship portal, and it's money in the scholarship portal, as well as like applications that I filled out applications in February. I haven't heard not even denial letters from the scholarship portal. So I think that's the second thing that should be addressed. The third thing I think should be addressed is administration as well. Like a lot of people aren't running their departments as fairly as they should. I think this school is based off tradition. So a lot of kids who come from families in Mississippi are prioritized over regular students.
Okay. It's a new one. We hadn't heard that before. Okay.
Hey y'all, I'm Khalila Kareem. I'm a senior political science major from Columbus, Mississippi. This might not answer your question, but I do have to go to work.
Okay.
But I really just want a president that comes here with a plan. A lot of issues that we're naming, we've been talking about them since I was a freshman. I came in 2022. Safety, housing, food, water, like it's the same thing. And we really just need a president that's going to come, that's actually going to stay and finish their plan. So when the president come on the first day, we need to hear how are they going to address these issues that you guys are typing down. And also, do they plan to stay? Like, cause I've been through about 3 presidents since I've been here. The interim president is in office now. Currently, she's doing a wonderful. We see her. She's visible. She cares about the students. We really just need more of a plan. What they plan to do when they get here. Are they going to stay to actually finish the plan out? And also just being visible to our students. It's really, I'm not going to say it's simple because I know it's not as simple as said as done. But I know that we really just need a president that cares about what we're talking about right now and just knows that, like, you know, they're actually going to say what they're going to do or do what they're going to say. So yeah, hopefully what you guys are typing out actually gets, like, you know, put into action, because with, I'm not gonna say crime, but safety on campus, like she said, like random people coming through and out the plaza. I know we are a public campus, but like when we do call public safety, they have done a better job to get there. But like it should be patrols, or police patrolling the plaza like at all times, because we have enough manpower to do it. And once again, we've been talking about the same issues. So just making sure, like, you know, when they do come on campus, whoever we do pick, they actually address these issues that we're talking about. Y'all have a good day. Bye, guys.
Thank you. You too. Have a good day at work.
So I prepared a list, if that's fine,
Mhm.
of current issues. So the first issue, going back, you say anything about housing, but this kind of connects with housing. So at Jackson State University, we have a deadline for starting rates like business payment plans at Jackson State. So if you don't complete your payment plan by a certain date, you lose your housing. So it kind of goes into it with the upperclassmen as well. But a certain thing that Student Government Association does is they work with the VP of enrollment, which is under the president's cabinet, to get the deadline extended. But this kind of happens mostly frequently because it's been happening since my sophomore year and probably before then. So having someone that's vetted in that cabinet that knows what they're doing when you work with enrollment management, that goes along with my next subject, which is the student retention rate. The student retention rate is very low at Jackson State University. We have over 1,400 students coming in. They are freshmen and they are currently at Jackson State University. But the retention rate with people transferring for the next semester, the spring, over to them coming in at the next rate of, I would say, is fall 26. Over to them coming in fall 26, the retention rate is going to be very low because that's what we've been seeing from previous classes that have been coming in. So someone that's actively working with fixing the retention rate of Jackson State University. The infrastructure issues with not just dormitories but facilities on campus. We have housing, we have roofing leaks or different things inside. I'm a political science major, so I'm housed in the Dolly M.E. Robinson building. So we have issues going on with bathrooms in there, housing, roofing leaks, and there's been other things with other facilities on campus. If how we were talking about the Palisades on campus, if you go back there by the president's house, you see the other facilities on campus, which are like previous ROTC buildings or other buildings that haven't been used in decades that can be fixed up and used. So that's for infrastructure issues. Like my peer Janai said, campus safety and security, improving lighting on campus. When you're walking by on the plaza, it's no lighting right there. So besides the Campbell lighting from the girls' side, you don't have any lighting, which is dark. So it's very frequently that someone can come up on you and do anything to you, such as by going by the CAF that we have already expressed to the public safety department, but actually having faculty on our side, such as the president, that can voice those issues as well. I already and make sure that the people that are in their cabinet are vetted correctly, because the president have people in their cabinet. So having those people there, such as the academic affairs, the VP of enrollment, the VP of student affairs, having people that are actually vetted inside their cabinet that know what they're doing and listening to the people's voice of Jackson State University. And also having curricular based content. I feel like when you have people, or no, this has been mostly senior research, even you research Jackson State University grads, or even when you look at graduate students from each HBCU, they have problems sometimes going into the job, what's the working field? The job field, or you could say the work field, and the rate of them getting jobs. But also when we have actually just merging that together, but also make sure curriculum-based content for people that are taking their LSAT, such as future lawyers, those people that are taking the MCAT for future doctors and nurses, having actual curriculum-based content that actually make sure that students that attend Jackson State University are actually vetted for the outside resources rather than just getting a degree here. So that is my concern. So what they can see.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good.
Very good. That's all right.
So make us work, you know. We gotta figure it out.
You guys are getting good. You guys on a roll.
Mhm.
I know we don't have a lot of time, so anyone else?
I came back. My name is Akenya Woods, as I stated before. I feel like within our next president, as everyone's saying, is that they can hold on to what they're saying. Can they be very precise and honest? Personally, I don't want anyone that just applied for the job and got accepted because they met the criterias, meaning like they say they can do something, but then when the time comes, is something completely different. Have someone that experienced it, or even at home dealing with other ways. I don't know if that sounds like right if I'm trying to get it off.
Yeah, you want
I want someone
a
with
proven track record.
yes, because I'm a freshman and I just found out today in my university success class that the past 3 presidents had whatever they had going on, and I had to hear all of that down. And it's just showing that Jackson State isn't consistent with things, like within housing too. Multiple people just complained and said that within their 4 years here, there's always something. And then also the deadlines. I believe I paid a $200 or $300 fee when that was the first ever fee I paid for. Was that for housing? I'm not for sure. It was to secure my spot, okay? When I came down here, I had to pay $100 out of pocket because they said it was not secured, which it was. And I still have not got my money refund, but that was just that. So for me to go through all that within housing, I'm calling every day to see what's my room assignment. I'm not getting an answer. Then if I do get an answer, I'm being held. They give me the runaround. I have everybody from my family calling just to see if they'll get an answer out of them. If they do, nothing goes forward. I want to say people. I want the president to hold everybody accountable of what their job is. You do not have this job just to stand here. You have a job to make us succeed. I came to college for my career, my education, not just to come home complaining or even be here complaining about things that I have to deal with. It kind of seems like Jackson State is kind of a scandal. Online and what everybody else is seeing, that is nothing compared to what I came here and seen. And I do not want to transfer, but for me being a freshman that stands on everything I do, that's kind of like an inconvenience to, I feel like, everybody else, because I'm not the only one seeing this. I just want somebody to be very precise and heartfelt. And like somebody stated before, old school. It plays a big part when somebody that has dealt with it, has heard the rundowns, heard the solutions, come to help fix. It's like everybody crying out for help, and the people that help you don't do nothing but make it worse. I just feel I'm sorry, I keep just saying I just feel because I just feel so much now, like everything is starting to come out. But within these 3 months, this has been like the worst experience I ever experienced within school. Like, I don't know how to put that into like an actual summary of what should be next towards the president. I'm sorry, I didn't want that to seem so.
No, we
Don't
appreciate you.
apologize. We're here to listen. Don't apologize.
Order.
Okay. All right. So, the 3 qualities that the president needs to take into consideration once he gets on campus, right? Things that he needs to tackle. So, I say one of the things would be to honor the geographic location. So, what I mean by that is, different institutions have different needs and different challenges. But Jackson State is in Mississippi, and so they have different geographic locations that he needs to have a plan for. So he needs to they need to make sure they have a plan for emergency preparedness and emergency response. That has something that can be improved. When I say that is we have hurricane issues that could happen. We have infrastructure issues that could be having. These things that he needs to know coming into the situation. Maybe water issues that need to be tackled. Maybe fire, things that happen in the realm of emergency preparedness and response. There needs to be a campus-wide plan and protocol in place and ready to go and roll out. The second point I say is talent retention. And that's on various levels, but I'm gonna start with just the faculty and staff level. The turnover rate is very high. And there has been very good quality in terms of faculty and staff. And so when departments start to get thin or they start to get overworked, that needs to be looked into. What benefits do they have if it's not a competitive salary? We need to look at other avenues to benefit the faculty, so we can retain the talent we have. Jackson State has strong departments like engineering, public health, business, entrepreneurship, finance, um, uh, art department, musical technology. Those areas they need support. So a plan for talent retention on that level, and also across the state of Mississippi needs to be considered for equivalency. So if a student is at Jackson State in STEM, they should be able to look on University of Mississippi, Mississippi State's website, and the same resources and amenities, not necessarily money-wise, the benefits that those students are getting, the same areas we should be able to get those same services and benefits. Labs, if the library hours for research or research spaces are 24 hours at a state institution, but they close at either 6 or 10 at Jackson State, that's something that needs to be looked into. So equivalency across the state needs to be looked into as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I was gonna say, well, back to kind of the qualifications and what, sorry, I forgot your name. In the grant, Jayla, what she was talking about, we don't need any more presidents off of who you know basis. And we don't need any more homegirls as presidents. Our interim presidents hit that. Now, I'm sorry, but it's the truth. And we're tired of the IHL treating us like we're God's stepchildren, and we're not. And so I know it's some people here from the board today, and I hope they're listening, because it's not we're tired of the games being played with us. And I understand that this is a Jim Crow school, but we have to try to make our resources and ask for more resources and get more resources from the state of Mississippi. And if we're not getting, and that's one of our main issues, the board does not really care about us, and they only want us to have what they want us to have. And you can go to many other schools in Mississippi, predominantly white, and they give them anything that they want. But for us, we have to get off, get peanuts. That's what they give us. And so I can say a lot of people are tired of that, especially alumni as well. And you'll find out, but it's it's coming. But I'm just saying we got to do another plan. And whoever is the next president, I don't care if it's just whoever you all choose.
First of all, we're not choosing anyone.
Oh, well, I understand you. Well, whoever the board chooses, I hope that they listen to everybody and what they have been saying, because it's time out for the foolishness, and that's all we have been getting. It's foolishness. And as they say in Congress, I give my time.
Thank you. I think it needs to be pulled up and tight.
It's like you broke the mic, man.
My drop.
Excuse me. The last thing I would like to say is, as a student leader, we have to come to school, I want to say a week before or 2 weeks before the freshmen comes, and we be with the freshmen for, I want to say, from Sunday to Sunday, from like 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., 11 p.m. And I'm an out-of-state student, and I come from a low-income family, and no one in my family has ever been to college. And I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. So I don't have anyone to help me bring my things from St. Louis to Jackson. So I put my things into storage. And I don't have a car, so I have to use my friends to get my things out of the car. And I think that within the next president, that they should take a look into student leaders more often, because we are held to a pedestal, and we can't really show, like, not necessarily emotion, but we can't show things that we're going through. And we have to be here. We have to deal with the freshmen, and they don't want nobody to be their mom. And we can't really say anything or like do anything. So I just wish that within the next president that he takes student leadership a little more seriously. The next thing that I wanted to say, Seth, you stole mine. I forgot. Oh, business office and financial aid office. I know that it's difficult dealing with teens, and we really don't know what to do when it comes to FAFSA. We just fill out the form and have a lot of questions because the lack of people in our family who went to college and actually dealt with FAFSA. But they aren't very nice in the business office. So I think that when the next president that we do get, they work closely with their new hires. Then they actually sit and talk to their new hires, because they get put into positions where it's a lot of altercation with students, and these students actually starting to take their problems to TikTok. And it's not only making our school look bad, but it's making our community look bad as a whole.
Yeah. That's what happens. Uh-oh, she's back again.
For me to be a freshman, this is my first time in this. I love it.
All right. That's a good deal.
I wanted to bring up social media. I understand how a lot of things can get mixed up and confused, but just imagine opening up social media and seeing all of the cons instead of the pros about Jackson State. A lot of things that everybody was just saying, you can't get through with certain staff members here. Just like I stated before, within them making me pay $100 out of my pocket. Excuse my language when I say this, but I am a broke college student. I did not want to hear no words they were saying, so I just paid the money. And afterwards, I realized what I did was wrong. They are just giving people jobs on this campus just to hold the title. Some of them don't even know true communication. I'm asking you a question, and you sending me somewhere when they already told me to come speak to you. Once again, business and financial aid. And also, that wait list, I think I was like the second person in the office that day. I still have to scan the QR code, and I know for surely all of the staff members were back there unpacking, and there were only 2 students up front. Why did I miss my 11 o'clock class when I came in at, I believe, 9, waiting just to get 2 questions answered? Nobody wants to deal with that. And it's like a lot of things that go on behind scenes that me personally, I'll tell my university success teacher and she comes to her meetings and say something because I didn't know nothing about this. That's kind of sad that we have to go through dots to get something. And it's never nothing. It's like a circle, just ongoing. Nothing happens. And I'm sorry to keep saying, how do you feel like how everybody feels, but how does that feel with paying all that money? I'm going to keep saying that. Paying all that money, you don't get that much loans when it comes to out of state, like she stated before, because I don't. I'm on a Parent Plus loan. You don't get that much money. You paying all this money to be here and complain. And on top of that, within the classes, I do learn in my classes and I take all the extra things that I need with it. But sometimes I feel like I can't get more within that too. And I feel like the president should stand on that. They should have something within that type of ground to just help with everything, not just one thing, because I know all of us are talking about a lot of things, but does that make sense?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I keep saying that. Like,
Makes sense.
social media is real. Like today, they told me do not download the app, but I downloaded the app. What's the first thing I seen on Fizz? Complaints about mold. The first thing. Then they're complaining about housing. Then they're complaining about visitation. Understand that our visitation, well, I guess all around got took because of people were being sneaky. But why are we paying this much money once again if we can't live comfortably how we want to live? I stated before how my room is. How do you think that feel having to pack your bag at 9 o'clock to go sit in the car and take a nap? Until your peoples get, excuse my language, until my family gets off work and has to come get me. just so I won't keep coughing, throwing up, sneezing inside of a dorm room. And I complained about it multiple times. I have emails, messages, went to everywhere I could. And there's other people getting their room changed because they had a conflict with somebody. What about my health? I don't even get sick like this at home. I get sick probably once a year. And that's every 3 years. Probably even that. I've been sick for 3 consecutive months. I'm on multiple medicines from the nurse, from what my mom said, all type of stuff. Nothing's changed. I just pray they just hold them accountable and they can hold their word for everything they doing, because it's like Jackson State isn't like a college at this point. It's just like high school, and we all just moving around like daycare students. It's like nobody really cares other than the people that's in, how can I put it, in organizations. It's like the students are the staff members and the staff members are the students. Do you understand that? Like, they're underneath us and they're supposed to be helping us. That's bad. That's horrible. I gotta go flash. Y'all have to take it, but
Thank you.
You have a
thank
good
you.
day. Take care of yourself.
Stop it, Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, yeah, we're, thank you.
We're at time.
Yeah, we did, but that's a fast hour, but, so any other thoughts? I know that we want to give you time to, we have less than 10 minutes. Any other thoughts that, just something that's on your heart, anything you want to share just for the good of this opportunity? Thank you all. You've been so forthcoming.
We appreciate you. And don't forget now, there's still the online survey for further input.
Yeah, the survey is still open online. It'll be open until, tomorrow night,
Mhm.
midnight.
Like my doc say something, so I'll say something. The last thing I have to say to end everyone's day off, especially with the session with students, is the search. Just making sure that with this search and like the alleged scandals beforehand, that the president this time is vetted very carefully. Their background, where they have came from, how they will approach the situation. When we vetted them, put them in scenarios where they can analytically think to show what they can do on this campus. Being a student on this campus, not just a student leader, but before leader, you have student in here. I'm a student just like everyone else inside this room. Having someone that is here for the students. All of us came from different aspects of the world. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. People are here from Chicago, Illinois. People are here from St. Louis, Missouri. People are here from different parts of Mississippi. Having someone to be representation for us all, not changing the culture of Jackson State University, but changing it for the better. So when other people come in here, that they look at Jackson State University as a safe haven. I feel like being here at this institution, we have moved away from it being a safe haven for students. Instead of it being a safe haven, it's somewhere that people don't even want to be, and that's it's kind of a disappointment being a student from here from my freshman year and seeing the turmoil of it, because it's the institution I want to be in. I'm a first generation college student, and seeing Jackson State University and me touring it my high school year, seeing how homey it felt and how cultured it was, made me want to come here. And seeing students want to leave that because of certain things that's going on, having someone that just vetted. I feel like the future of this institution is in the hands of the next president, and why it's so detrimental for them to be picked right. So the only thing I have to say to anyone and to the IHL board is to make sure that the president they vet for this institution is someone that is well-rounded. They can analytically think. They can actually have communication skills that will show face, not just be up, show face to the student body so they know who they are. Someone that can work with the student government association, the safety board, different organizations on campus to show face, to actually build that gap, because the gap and the bridge that it needs to be filled. And that's the only thing I can say. Just make sure that someone is here for the people, because the students are here. We pay money here. So actually just make sure they're ready for the students. That's all I have to say. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
all of you.
Did you have something? I think you have something. You thinking you're not? Okay.
Hello. I'm gonna make this fast. Okay. My name is Richeria Anderson. I'm a senior criminal justice major from Jacksonville, Florida. One of the things that I wanted to express was first generation college students. So I feel like we come so far away from home and that we don't really have a lot of resources. There is a program on campus dedicated to the first generation college students, but it doesn't have like a lot of funding. So we aren't able to do a lot on campus or really like get that exposure. And then I feel like sometimes like when we're dealing with like the business office and the financial aid office, like how hard it is to kind of like talk to them and then they're not understanding. And then like our parents didn't go to college. So it's like it's kind of hard to like navigate on like how to talk to them and like what to say. And then you know, like when you have those officials that's working in these offices, like the staff and everything, and they're kind of like, they just come off rude to you sometimes, or it's been like times where I've just been like hung up on, like when I'm trying to like express like concerns that I have like regarding like my account or anything like that. So I guess just kind of like things that I want in a president is just like kind of just helping the students, like first generation college students, like just implementing programs and creating like a safe space for first generation college students. But that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
She decided. I knew you had something.
What took you so long?
Oh no. Okay. Well, I'm Madison McGill. I'm a sophomore business major from Utica, Mississippi. And like looking at Mississippi State and Ole Miss and stuff like that, they're like always ahead. I understand like it's like SEC, it's like a bigger school, but we're a university in the capital of Mississippi. And for the university to be so let me see how to put it. Yes, it's underfunded, and we're right in the capital. Like we're right here in the birthplace. Like, and all the other schools are so much more funded. When you look at Mississippi State and Ole Miss, it's like, oh, this is, you would think that they're in the capital of Mississippi, but we are, and they're so much better than us. I don't really know how to put it into words, but I just think it's like a disappointment because we're right here. We're right here about everything. We're right here by the capital, and we're not really looked at as much as Mississippi State and Ole Miss.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have to end this session now because we got another one coming out.
Thank you so much.
We
We
do
really appreciate your
input.
time. And the link is open till tomorrow night. So you still have the
All right, y'all. Brother Jerome,
Oh,
do you want to
well.
say anything? Yes. Would you like to say? We got like 2 minutes
Oh yeah. So
before grand
real quick.
finale.
Yeah, real quickly, I just want to say, let me applaud those Jackson State students. Y'all should put some applaud emojis in the chat because you can tell they've been wanting this type of platform. And there have been quite a few alums from coast to coast that have stated we desperately need some type of town hall forum for alums as well as students to have open dialogue and for it to be unfiltered so that these students can express their grievances, their concerns, but you can tell they have not had that space. So let's applaud these students for giving their very candid and raw feedback because it needed to be told and it needed to be received and it needs to be rectified.
And quickly, what did you think about what they said in terms of what they're looking for? I thought that they articulated themselves very well.
Yes,
Seth was in the earlier session and he seemed kind of nervous, but I think once the other students started speaking up, and it wasn't just him, then he kind of relaxed a little bit and felt, and he really shared, kind of, he was kind of tackling IHL, I felt,
yeah,
without saying IHL, he was basically saying, it's not about who you guys want to choose,
that's
you
right.
know?
And yeah, I feel he did an amazing job just articulating themselves, as did all the students. And I don't know about you, Timona. You know, you and I, as well as others, you know, we were from out of state, and it really kind of like I got that emotional connection with some of the students who were from out of
Yes.
state. You know, and they were just kind of like, These are my struggles being as an out of state student," and
Yes. And
I
I
feel
don't know what has happened in the past
yeah,
20 years in the Ronald Mason era.
right.
And as an out of state student, I think I would get like $300 a month for
Timona, you still there? Timona, you may have froze.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, somebody called. So I think they're getting ready to start the next listening session. But I was just gonna say, I had work study. I got like $300 a month, and I don't know, as an out of state student and a first generation student, I don't even think they had a first generation program or on campus at that time. I would be interested to know more about the different organizations that they have on campus and what they're doing.
Yeah.
I really feel for that. No, I'm not sleep, Dre. I'm at the library with Brax for the Pokemon Club. So he can't miss his Pokemon Club. He was gonna get mad at me. So anyway, yeah, I had work study in the financial aid office. So, and then at one time I had financial work study in student in uh the I don't even know what section it was. It was in the old student union though. Anyway, it says the first generation program is really good and the staff really they're starting. Sorry.
Okay.
Let me turn that back on.
In fact, in some foreign countries, I did the University of the Bahamas last year.
It's finna get crunk in here,
And
y'all.
I placed 9 HBCU presidents in that time period, among others. Before before AGB, I was president of Clark Atlanta University for 8 years. And prior to that, I was president of Savannah State University for 10. And before that, I spent 10 years at Hampton University as a dean and then a vice president. And so what we will do here, we got about 4 questions we want to ask you and get your input on. And of course, it's an online survey too. And all this goes into the presidential profile for the institution. That profile will sell the institution and tell everybody what you're looking for your next president, what skills, attributes, and characteristics you're looking for, what the challenges and opportunities are for leadership here, and we'll move it on from there. And once that profile is out, we want everybody to distribute it far and wide. We certainly will, but it'll inform all of our advertisements and all of our recruiting activity. My colleague, Bobby.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Bobby. I'm a principal with AGB Search. I've been with the firm since 2017. I have about 35 years in higher education. Before coming to AGB, I was at Prince George's Community College as a chief of staff. Before that, ACE, the American Council on Education, developing leadership programs for aspiring leaders across the nation's all sectors of higher education. I also facilitated the ACE Women's Network to advance women leaders in higher education. Prior to that, the University of Puget Sound for 13 years as an administrator, a faculty in the School of Education, and the inaugural Chief Diversity Officer. I worked with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation across the state of Washington, working in higher ed and K-12, and also work on the governance side of AGB as well as AGB Search. So that's just a little bit about me. And as my colleague said, we're here to listen. So we want you to feel free, go to the mic and say what's on your heart. We're gonna synthesize what we hear, and this is your moment. If you've been frustrated with what you've seen and what you experienced, if you want to make sure that the profile speaks to the important needs, this is your moment to make sure we know about that, because we use our notes in one-on-one conversations. So when you think about the next president, when that person comes in, and there's some things that you feel there are shortcomings, but if you didn't bring that up in this session, then how will we know? So I want you all to think about, if you were talking to your next president, think about that. If you were speaking to the next president that got hired here, and think about that when we're asking you these questions, what would you say to them about what should be your top challenges or priorities you should address? What opportunities? What's happening good at Jackson State? What can I look forward to as the next president to leverage, to move forward? And then, of course, you want to tell us what personal and professional attributes they're needed to be successful in that work. So, welcome to the mic. Let's get started.
Now, this is
I love it.
So we hadn't had the coach people to come to the mic. This is good.
So, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is you're right. I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
This is good morning somewhere.
My name is C.B. McInnes. I'm a second generation graduate of Jackson State University, basically raised on this campus, and also taught creative writing here at Jackson State for 25 years before I retired. And so as an alum now, when I'm thinking about the kind of skills of the next president, there are three or four basic skills that I would like for them to have. The first would be skill curriculum development, especially in how JSU's curriculum aligns with the work world needs into the future. The second skill is fundraising, especially with the goal of making the university more self-sufficient to lessen its dependency on IHL. Three is the ability to identify quality leadership to serve in one's cabinet and as deans and chairs across the campus. Four, Einstein once said that imagination is more important than knowledge. Thus, the next president must have a documented track record of implementing new and innovative programs which turn problems into pathways for growth. How many new programs or new strategies have this particular president created before they got to Jackson State? And finally, we need to remember a skill set is that greatness means that life after you is different than life before you. So the next Jackson State president, we need to look at their resume to see how did they improve their previous institution? How was that institution made better before them? And then we would know if they have the characteristic of greatness. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Who's next?
We saw some foot traffic over there about the mic, so come on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Larry White. Of course, I'm part of the community here.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't get your name, sir. It was
Carlton Brown.
Mr. Brown, your name out?
Kim Bobby.
Okay, Ms. Bobby. Nice meeting the two of you. Of course, y'all did start a little early. It was 3:58 when I walked through the door. When I left the car, it was 3:56. Anyway, good to see one of our esteemed senators here at this particular meeting. I got one thing that is really ecking me right now about this process. One is nobody knew about this meeting, knows about this meeting. That needs to be widely known throughout the community. It's important, as he stated, people is embedded in this institution. And it's important to people like him that he know he probably can name 20 people he can go call right now and don't even know about this. That's part of the problem. There's no outreach to the community that supports Jackson State. That's one of the most important parts of this process. Very important. That's why so many people are concentrating on a candidate that attended this university. That's one of the main reasons. And that's important to all these people that attended here at that home and a part of the community. What's most important is making sure there's some form of outreach to extended community. I'm not talking about, I hate to get too many ladies in here, oh man, I could use profanity, but I better not do that. Like this kid says, big word skip it is what I'm saying now. And using instead of using profanity. But it's not anything but the fact of making sure there's knowledge in the community concerning Jackson State. Don't keep stuff a secret. Don't make stuff a secret. No one has ever done that to the community. Our community has always been involved with this institution. And we would like to know, make you knowledgeable of the fact that we do have a candidate in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And the reason we ask you to go to the mic is because this is online, live, so that everyone that's online can hear.
Can I see it?
Yes.
You've been identified.
Well, no, they can see us. I don't know. They can see. Okay.
You've been watching all day, so.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Buchanan, and I echo what my prior alum was talking about as far as the different, I guess, responsibility and duties that a president should have. But my concern is from the 3 or 4 different presidents we had, it's more with their character. To me, that's a primary. If you how deep are you going to check into their Christianity, their background, their skill set as far as family's concerned? Because that's been the main problem. I mean, personally, most of them, to me, I kind of adore them. But when it came to outside of Jackson State, they personal activity, that's where some of the problems came from. Although the university needs to be improved, everything they said is true. It's just, to me, that plus what I'm saying, dig deeper into their personal life, dig deeper. In the pride, anything, just dig deeper. Thank you.
Yes, we have a due diligence process that is a deep process, and we tell candidates, if there's something, we'll find it, and it's up to you to tell us first. So, and this process has been inclusive. Your trustee, your board has been involved in this process every step of the way. They're listening, and they're also contributing their thoughts, but they're very engaged, and due diligence is going to be very important, and we'll be reporting to them.
So this is the first time IHL reached out to you guys for do a background search on the president for Jackson State.
Well, we do, they've reached out to us and contracted us to do this search, which for us.
That's a part of it.
Always includes a deep background check.
It has to.
We're gonna check deeply into, once we get down to that final group of candidates, we're gonna check deeply into their financial background, criminal background, personal background. We check not only the references they send us, we check other references as well. We've been in, as you know, we've been in this business a very long time, both as professionals and now as search consultants. So there are very few institutions where we don't know people. And we also have a lens for sorting out what people are doing. So sometimes people claim things on the resumes that aren't really theirs. So for example, when we see somebody who was in an institution 2 years and they claim that they came to the community and raised $10 million in their first year, no. That was already set up. You simply was there when it came to fruition. So we have that kind of a lens that we put on these things. And we have a network. There are 50 some odd search consultants for AGB search. And we tell each other about our searches, and we ask for their recommendations. When we get down to the final set of candidates, we also will ask them some questions. Do you know so-and-so from such and such? So we get very serious about this.
Does that include families and friends?
Well, we can't get into your family, but we can get about your family.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mike, go, you gotta go to the mic.
But he beat to it.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Karanja Matori. I'm a 2019 graduate, so I'm an alumnus of Jackson State and a current PhD student here at Jackson State as well, and born and raised here in the West Jackson community. I came to Jackson State 2015, and since 2015, I've experienced 3 presidents, 3 interim presidents, and every president that was installed was removed for whatever reason. But for me, for a president, I think some of the things that need to be included is someone with an HBCU background, preferably a Jackson State background, when it comes to higher ed leadership or HBCU or regional institution, a similar regional institution, some type of background when it comes to that. Also, somebody to have the ability to make JSU a R1 institute. And also someone that will be able to relate to our alumni and the surrounding Jackson community. Thank you.
You gonna say something?
So always come to the mic for a question of any type.
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess it's a question and a part statement.
Okay.
At the close of my last statement, I stated that we would prefer a candidate. And when I say we prefer a candidate, I'm speaking of alumni and the community at large. We would prefer, as the gentleman stated earlier, he took the word out of my mouth. We would just about handpick an alumni in regards to the next president. We don't wish to have anyone that don't have the knowledge of Jackson State, the history of Jackson State. It's important, again, that this person knows the community. The community is Jackson State. Jackson State is this inner community around this university, and of course in other places as well here in Jackson. It's very important. You put it in your record and you tell the higher education people, they need to make sure they get this right. And getting it right first is going to require that you get a Jacksonian as the president.
Thank you. Other input? I thought you were heading for the microphone.
You got some, yeah, you want to tell us something about what's on your mind for the next president?
She's walking with such purpose, so speak you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lakeisha Cry, and I am a graduate of Jackson State University, and I was also a faculty member here between 2022 and 2024 in the Department of Criminal Justice and Sociology. And but I am here as a member of the community today to express what I would like to see in the next president of Jackson State University, which is no different from what I stated the last time I was here back in 2023. And that is simply a president who values the safety of this campus, its faculty, its staff, particularly its students, and also the city that surrounds this community. We live here in Jackson, Mississippi, where crime is too much. And I guess I say that because of my background in criminal justice. We have too many problems on this campus in terms of domestic violence. And I don't even want to name everything else that goes on here, which is a representation of what's going on in the larger system in our city and also in our state. So I say that to also say that in addition to a president valuing safety, I would like to see a president who will collaborate with our city and state leaders to make this college and also this city a safer place. I'm also speaking from a parent's perspective. I have two teenage daughters. Well, one is 19 now and one is soon to be 18 next year in May. But at any rate, in 24, my daughter wanted to come here to Jackson State University to study. She is a pre-med biology major and she wanted to come here like her mother did. But we had to consider safety first. Safety is always the priority, particularly for us as parents. And we had to make the determination, unfortunately, to send her elsewhere to get an education, because it was just that important to us that she stay safe. Now, I know that one institution alone cannot guarantee her safety. It is because of God and our prayers that she is safe. But at the same time, I want to see a president who values her safety. Now, I also have another daughter, and I'm in the same predicament because she will be graduating next year. And guess what? She wants to come here to Jackson State University to major in social work. So nothing about the crime statistics have changed because I look at them often. There were 9 cases of domestic violence here in 2023. And I don't know what the numbers say for 24 because those are not published yet, which is another problem. So I want, in conclusion, a president who values safety and one who will collaborate with city and state leaders to make this college, this city, and this state a safer place to live and to learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other input, yes.
I won't be redundant. I think Susan said almost everything I wanted to say. But
You are?
oh, I'm Solid Norwood. Solid Norwood. I'm a 1974 graduate of Jackson State. And I graduated under the leadership of President John A. People. And we won't, I don't think we will ever see another John A. People, but we want to get close to John A. People. Amen. It's not a gender statement, but it's just someone that is in the community, cares about the community, had relationships, and those types of things. But the difference between when Dr. People was president and I graduated, and now is that the IHL gave us a whole lot more money then through the legislature. I should bring that back to the legislature. We granted more money to the university then than we are now. So it's extremely important that whoever it is that will be selected as president has fundraising as part of their toolbox. Because what we basically turned the formula around where we basically were getting about 70% from about funding from the state. Now we're getting about 30%.
Yeah.
And so what we have to do is, as alumni and as the leader that would head this esteemed university, is to divvy up and get off into every corner and try to access funds that are available, or they could make some funds available, even if they're not available. I think I've heard about Jackson's, the city of Jackson, the state of Mississippi. As a part of the legislature, there are a lot of things that I know that we can do to support Jackson State through IHL. But there again, leadership matters, relationship matters, and we definitely need to have those in place. There are some events or some activities or some I guess some plans more or less for the new legislative session, and I hope that would enhance public safety around Jackson State. Jackson is in the city of Jackson, and we have to have the relationship with the city of Jackson to make sure that we have Capitol Police, Jackson Police Department, Sheriff Department, and the campus police, and they're all working in tandem to make sure that safety of our students, faculty, and staff, and in the community. I live in this community as well. So those are just a few of the things, but fundraising, fund development.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to have that in mind, and that has to be foremost. I mean, we talk about what happened in some of the other institutions, but when you look at the money that the other institutions raise as part of their development, it's a little different than ours. So we want to be like some of the other institutions. We have to raise the money and not depend on the state and not depend on the city, we need to start depending on Jackson State to, chart our own course, but it's gonna cost us being able to raise the money to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other input? All right.
Take your time.
My name is formerly May Francis Bridges, and I'm also known as Fran Bridges. And I made it here today, but as I checked with some of my other community members, they was like, we didn't know anything. So I want to say that one of the first things that we need to have is a president who understands the culture and the climate of Jackson State University, what it means to this community, and how are you going to survive and thrive if you don't respect and appreciate the community. And so when the announcement came very late, I think I got it Thursday afternoon, and it only said alumni. It did not mention community. So I want to say to the firm or to IHL, it looked like you're starting off sort of disking the community. And when I made calls to people to catch a ride up here, because I'm having trouble with my legs, and I get here and I don't see any community. That is alarming to me. So it seems like you're setting the pace already by the way you're conducting the presidential search. I don't know whether it falls on you or whether it falls on IHL or our commissioner or who, but we are very concerned that this institution is in a community. It's in the state of Mississippi, but it is in the capital. So we have hundreds and hundreds of students here in this city who could be coming to Jackson State. But when we have a president that rides in and drives out, and the administration rides in and drives out, it does not give our children the opportunity to have role models. They mentioned John A. Peoples. I can remember community meetings didn't happen unless there was a vice president there from Jackson State, because they respected and showed everybody wants to be treated with dignity and respect. And that's what he exemplified. And that's what we were accustomed to. And if Alice Clark was here, and I did speak with her this morning, and she asked me to convey her concern that community was not included on this agenda. And some people say, well, oh, they meant it. But when you see something in black and white, and it's not there, you can't just assume. And the other thing that I want to say, hopefully the last thing I want to say, is that we want a president who cares about Jackson State, who cares about the city of Jackson, who cares about and understands the culture and climate of Mississippi and Jackson, Mississippi. And that takes some experience sometimes. And IHL, I mean, it's just there that for the last presidents that IHL has selected for us, it hasn't worked. And we pray this time, we fervently pray that it will not happen again. Because when things keep happening, we may not be able to affect change, but we serve a God who's looking and who knows. So when you do these deliberate things, there's a penalty to pay for it. And we've been paying the penalty for it. But other people, sooner or later, are going to have to pay the penalty for it, because the way we are treated has an impact on how people respect the institution, how they respect education, how they respect property. We expect for you to get us a leader who's going to model the behavior. who's going to mingle with Blackburn Middle School because it's practically on its campus. Somebody who cares about where our children are going to school and who does some face-to-face recruiting right here in the state of Mississippi so that our children can come to school. Thank you for your time. And had I had a little more notice, I could have had a long list to keep you a little while longer. Thank you.
Well, this link, I want to say the survey link is open till tomorrow evening at midnight. So you still have time if you have a list and you want us to have it, that link.
I'm gonna try to round them up.
Okay.
And share that link too.
And share that link with anybody in your sphere of influence because we want to hear from them and that they'll say the same questions that we're asking are in that survey link. So we're going to be able to hear from community, whoever, and the link can be shared broad and wide.
But it closes tomorrow night.
At midnight.
At midnight.
Yeah.
So that means I need to leave here now, start sending emails and making telephone calls and asking other people to do the same thing.
Yeah.
And it happened at a time when there was this big Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Some of our people haven't even made it back. I'm finished.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna leave so I can go.
Okay.
Do your work, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for
Thank you.
coming.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Donna Antoine Levine. I was a student. I was an employee. I retired, came back to work part-time. I love Jackson State. I'd like to back up just a little bit and let you know how connected I and my family are. In 1969, Mississippi experienced the most devastating storm at that time, and that was Hurricane Camille. It devastated my hometown. It was nothing left. So the kids who were supposed to go to school, that was the year I graduated. I was accepted into Tougaloo and Alcorn. My mother was a Tougaloo and my dad was a Alcornite. My oldest brother was a Jacksonian and my brother right above me was a Jacksonian. Now, my oldest brother, they were very well prepared. And I digress. When I came here on a bus loaded with Black people from the coast who had homes no more, had only what we had on our back. Dr. John A. Peoples set us up in the Alexander dorm for women on the C wing. And we stayed there until school started, but we didn't leave until he made sure that we had housing down at Camp Shelby and that they had time to clean Camp Shelby up for the Black people who were coming because they thought they could just put us anywhere. And my daddy was one of the men that was working with Dr. Peoples along with Dr. Aaron Sherber. So when I came here, Dr. Peoples not only gave us all a grant, something we didn't have to pay back. He also placed us in the homes of administrators because we didn't have anywhere to go. And then after school started, he made sure that our room and board was paid for the year. That was $62 a month back then. And that our books were paid for. So we didn't have to worry about any of that. So going back a little bit to my oldest brother and my brother above me, my oldest brother finished at Jackson State and he retired as the commander in the Navy, well prepared by Jackson State. My next brother is a physician with 2 board certifications, ENT and plastic surgery. Okay, me, I'm okay. I finished at Berkeley and got my doctorate and
Yeah, you're okay.
yeah, I'm okay. I had to keep up with my brothers some kind of way. And then I heard all the stories about Jackson State. So my daddy was saying, you can either go to Alcorn or Tougaloo. He knew Alcorn was out of the way. He knew Tougaloo was still kind of in the woods. But I had heard so many stories about Jackson State from my brothers. So when Hurricane Camille came along and Jackson State offered to pay for everything, I was thinking, oh my God, I can't wait to get to Jackson State. I can't wait to get. So it was a wonderful matriculation. I got an undergraduate degree. I got my first master's degree at Jackson State. And then I went on to graduate school elsewhere. What I'm looking for in a leader, I think, first I have to ditto everything everybody else said. I'm looking for someone who has established leadership, demonstrated leadership capability. Someone that can move us forward. Just a few years ago, we had over $85 million in research grants. Ask me how much we have now. It's appalling. That speaks to leadership.
Yeah, you're down below 20, I know that.
Yeah, yeah. And it's just been very hard. We need someone who has established relationships with our federal agencies. You know, NIH, with the areas NIMHD and NHLBI. We have the Jackson Heart Study. That's like $30 million. That was brought in while I was on it. I was one of the PIs for it. Then Dr. Felix Okoji headed that up. Now, after going through all this trouble and turbulence, I think we might have $30 million from the federal agencies. I don't know if we have that much. It may be a little more, but that's appalling to me. So I think IHL is responsible for some of that, because IHL is the leadership that appointed the leadership to Jackson State University. And that was like 3 or 4 presidents in a row. Come on now. You can't get it right, then you need to back away and let somebody else determine who's going to be our president. You know, it is it's heartbreaking to see where my school is now compared to where it was in the 70s. You know, we have gone backwards. A young man said we're trying to become an R01. You know, with our research dollars being as they are, we'll never get there. So character, humility, tenacity, leadership, all established, not newly proven. Someone who has relationships, existing relationships, because that's important. If you're a newbie, especially in these troubled times with the federal government, it will be even harder to do the things that we're trying to do in research. And we have some really heck of a, what do the kids say? Hella researchers now, you know, but they need to be funded. And we need the leadership that can get with the federal agencies, the foundations, et cetera, to see that we give them, that we get those dollars. So fundraising, again, everybody said that, that's very important. I have one more thing to say.
Okay.
Dr. Bobby, I have a nephew that just graduated from the University of Puget.
You do?
He was the quarterback, #1 quarterback on the football team. And now he has gone on to graduate school.
Oh, that's
So I'm gonna have to tell him, oh, we
I
have.
was there for 13 years.
Okay, he
Yes.
just graduated about 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's a great, yeah.
It is. He
Small
loved it.
world. He loved it.
He
Good.
loved it. He did. And I want to thank you all for being here. And I believe in my heart that you're going to do everything that you can. But I also know there's a limit to what you can do, because it's not your final decision. You can do all you can do, and you can do the best you can do. But we know who's in control when it comes down to it, and we are not pleased.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other input?
A little bit.
You waited long enough.
Yeah. Well, you know, listening to everybody else talk, I got chill bumps, I got tears ready to drop down, and I have little kids, so I'm a tough guy dad, so I can't cry. But there's a camera here, so of course, if I cry on here, the kids gonna see us and say, Dad, we thought you were tough. So, like, man, this is tough, but Dexter, class 96, did what everybody else has said. I didn't hear the word integrity and stability. We need somebody who's stable, who can keep their hands at 10 and 2 and keep us going to the next generation. That's what I see we need at this point in time today. I feel good about the search process, search committee. I did hear your presentation y'all did a few weeks ago. Sound good to me, especially the part I read about you guys staying with the president to help them transition into the job for at least a year. That'll be helpful as well. So I feel good. JSU's ready. We're gonna do some good recruiting, fundraising, and ready to go. So look forward to IHL in this process.
All right.
Thank y'all so much.
Good deal. Thank you. Thank you.
One thing I would like to add, somebody's coming.
No, you want to go to the mic so they can hear you. No, you want to go to the mic so they can hear you.
Yeah.
People are loud, listening to you.
And they've been listening to you really well. I can see them out there now listening to what you already said. So you got to go back to the mic now. Make sure they hear it.
Take your time, but we want your colleagues on the mic, on the line to be able to hear what you say. It won't.
She got it. She got it.
You don't have to excuse.
Is it good medicine?
Just take it.
Yeah, it is good. That's the problem.
Just take your time.
There you go. There you go.
I agree with the young man who said integrity. That has been most lacking from what we've had given to us so far. So it's critical that we do have that individual with integrity and with a track record for doing good and being good and moving us forward. Someone who's going to be here for a while, not someone that's going to be here a year or two, but at least 5 years, because it's going to take that long to get us back on track.
Yep.
15, sounds good.
Well, the chance of getting a 15-year presidency these days is almost non-existent, but it's fair to say 5, because anybody who really understands how higher ed works understands that even if you accomplish great things in 2 years, you can't solidify them. You can't entrench them. You can't lock them in 2 years. You can't change the culture that supports them in 2 years. So you got to go longer than that.
And thank you all so much for the hard work that you're doing. I know sometimes it may feel like you're caught between a rock and a hard place. But I know you'll do what you can.
Yeah, we will. And we're
And
gonna
we
get a national,
appreciate it.
this is a national search. We're generating a national pool of talented individuals. And so that's
Right.
our responsibility to
And
bring
see,
a good, strong pool.
We were told that at least 3 times.
Mhm.
Yeah. Didn't happen.
Well, I understand.
Mike, go to the mic.
I heard you guys on stream talk a little bit about the opportunities and the next president's opportunities. And there were 3 or 4 things I wanted to mention about those.
Absolutely.
One of the first opportunities, as was said earlier, was not just the opportunity to grow the university from an R2 to an R1. People forget that there are now only 11 HBCUs that are R2 status. I think Howard is the only one that's an R1.
Yeah.
And so Jackson State actually was one of the first 3. It was Jackson State, Howard, and North Carolina A&T, if I remember correctly. And so for the fact for us to be one of the first 3 and to still be an R2 means that there's an opportunity there to do that work. And I think that opportunity includes revamping the process for how professors and students obtain grants and other monies for research, and to provide more class credit for students who are working directly with professors on particular projects. And we have to do a better job of miming and tutoring our students so that they can be involved in those kind of grant raising and fundraising research opportunities. The other is the opportunity to increase student housing. We're not able to grow our enrollment as we would like because we continue to be denied with our housing opportunities, right? And so we need a president who can then work on establishing that. The next is the opportunity to complete the process for the university having its own water source. We're glad to see that it is working through the Senate and the legislature, but it has caught a snag. And so we need a president who needs to understand why it's important for Jackson State to have its own water source. Another opportunity is the ability to increase student internships. We need a president who understands that we need students who have a pipeline right into the workforce. If you go back to the 70s and 80s, students at Jackson State had direct pipelines to some of the major corporations. In fact, one of my work study jobs, I worked over in recruitment as a work study student. And my job was to actually get the transcripts ready for students who were applying to internships on campus. Next, we need to expand the opportunities for students to receive more work study and work aid. When I say receive more work study and work aid, I mean also to think innovatively, and that sometimes work study and work aid doesn't have to be money. It can be credit towards your tuition. You're looking at somebody who, before I joined the National Guard, I had to work 3 jobs because 2 of my checks I was signing over. And if it had not been for the work aid I was able to get from Jackson State before I joined the National Guard, I probably wouldn't have finished my career. So we need to have a president who understands how work aid and work study can be a mainstay in helping students take care of that. And then finally, I also want to not only commend our history, but we need a president who understands that we need a continued growth in athletics. Athletics is the front porch of an institution. It does not supplant academics. It does not replace academics, but we also need to understand that it is one of the major disciples to spreading the good word. University of Alabama and North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T is the largest HBCU. Why? Because they won 4 Celebration Bowls. That is how they directly. University of Alabama, before Nick Saban was there, less than 20% of their applications were out of states. After Nick Saban, over 60% of their applications are out of state. So we need to remember that we want to fund academics and athletics equally, and a president who can do both of those. Thank you.
Just for the record, North Carolina A&T can book some enormous growth also from their move into innovation cycles and their movement into higher research activity, and specifically making sure that every research grant had a component for student engagement and had a component for the library. That was part of their design. So yes, athletics was there and helped, but it was the genius of Harold Martin as president that engineered all that. And I've known Harold Martin since his first presidency at Winston-Salem State. In fact, I did the accreditation review at Winston-Salem State when he first got there, when Winston-Salem State was a mess, and Harold fixed it. So, but both of those things have to be part of the growth because we've got history of institutions that have thought that they could bank the whole thing on athletics and found out that they could not. Howard tried to do it that way for a long time. And Howard discovered before they got their president, before the last president, that wasn't going to be the winning formula. They had to do much more. They had to do much more. Any other input on any aspect of what we've asked about here today?
You can go back up. Yeah, you can go back up if
If
nobody.
nobody's beating you to the microphone, have at it.
So I know that the question of the priorities that the new president should have in the first year, and I think the number one priority is rebuilding a trust of all the stakeholders through transparency and shared governance. We use the word shared governance a lot, but we need the president to work together with the faculty senate and with the staff senate to make sure that they equally institute the handbook, the staff handbook and the faculty handbook, that makes it clear and transparent how you get promoted, what is tenure, and to the community. So we really need better shared governance. We also we have too many acting and interim positions on campus. So within the first year, we need a president who's going to create a plan. How do we move all those temporary? Because it is difficult to run a department, right? If you are not the permanent head of that department. And so we need that to happen. And then, as we said, I want to reiterate, Jackson, Mississippi has 7 public high schools. If you go back to the 70s and 80s, they have always called the top 10. 70% of the top 10 performing students at Jackson's high schools all used to attend Jackson State University. Right now, it's less than 20%. And so we need a president that is going to actively go after the major top performing students here in our community so that we can go back to being closer to 70% of the top performing students. And then finally, I would just like to say that we need the JSU stakeholders, staff, faculty, students, and alumni. And I know this may not be feasible, but it needs to be said. A lot of frustration over the last 3 is because the failure of the last 2 presidents is the failure of IHL. And so at some point, when there are votes being made and there are decisions that are being made, the stakeholders of the faculty, the staff, the alumni, and the students should be able to come together and elect at least one person to sit on that committee. There should be at least one person from those stakeholders who should be able to cast a vote to say, this is the president that we want. Why? Because in our entire history, Jackson State has only chosen one of its presidents, and it's the greatest president we ever had, Dr. John A. Peoples. And as long as other people have chosen our presidents, it has been a series of failure. And again, I thank you guys for your time, and I appreciate you guys doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to thank all of you for your input, including those online, and understand we're going to repeat this cycle again tomorrow. For those who say that there were some that were not included, please spread the information about the link and the survey, which provides opportunity for input for anyone who gets that link and who chooses to make input. All that's very important. We're going to look at all of that. Look at all of that. And even until tomorrow night also, anyone making input on the IHL site, we're gathering that information as well. And every time they get a input there, they send that to us as well.
I had one question come in.
Sure.
From where?
Dexter Brookins from an alumni member.
Okay.
And the question is, will the firm review all applicants, and how many applicants will be forwarded to the search committee?
Okay, here's how that goes.
Go ahead.
We don't know how many people will apply. We turn away no applicants. But we farm applicants and we cultivate applicants. And so we will be making input in that pool as well. For a search like this, I think you can look for anywhere from 30 to over 100 applicants. The process that we go, again, the profile document is key to everything. So once we've got that document, one of our next tasks is to build a rubric by which the search committee will review applicants. The rubric will be based on the profile. So for example, if the profile says we want this person to have had at least 4 years of experience in leadership at an HBCU, then everyone will have to rate on that basis. Okay, so it'll be about 2 pages of characteristics. From that, we cause the search committee to then engage once we have gotten to the end of the open application process. We build another rubric by which they rate the applicants and come up with anywhere from 6 to 10, preferably 8 semifinalists that move forward. Then we do our first level of background research. That's just the first level. Then we set up a confidential set of interviews with those semifinalists, full search committee and the semifinalists, usually over a 2-day period. So it's just constant. And again, we build another rubric for that, all based on the profile. Okay, so we're holding everybody to that profile. Once they come out of that, we lead them through a process by which they select their finalists. And then the finalists are then advanced to IHL at that point. Now, we have not played out all the details about what happens from that moment forward. We'll continue to interact with IHL and our contacts on that. But that's how the process is going to work from here.
And all full application packets are entered into the portal.
Yeah.
So we don't hold back any applications from the committee. It's completely transparent but it's a confidential process. So you don't want to jeopardize individuals that get into the pool because they fear that their current employer might find out. So that is a protected in perpetuity. And so, we don't go on rumor or anything. We handle that pool carefully and we respect, and some people wait till almost the full consideration deadline because they're concerned about confidentiality. We let them know when we're going to call their references to alert their references. We let them know that we're going to call off list references and how we do that process for off list. And we're very thorough. We're very transparent about what's going to happen in the process. We ask people, they might apply at one point, and of course, the recruitment period is 8 weeks. So when they become a semifinalist, we do another check-in. Has anything changed in your employment? Are you still interested in this opportunity? Are you in any other searches? And if so, what stage are those searches at? And how does this opportunity rank next? So we have a series of questions that at every level that for people that move up in the process.
Thank you.
All right.
I know we're at time. We have 5 minutes.
Somebody else? Okay, she's got one more for us.
Oh, and both of you, we have time.
Okay, my question is, once the firm complete their search and all their paperwork, IHL, how long will it be once they complete their part, that you complete your part, we're gonna have a president?
Well, we don't know exactly the day because it has to be negotiated
Time
with
frame, just give you
the finalists
time.
before the end of the academic year next year.
Okay, next
Before
year.
June, yeah.
So
Yeah,
the
next
president
year.
might be in place by next year, you're saying?
Well, no, we're saying that the search will be completed. We have to negotiate a start date. A strong candidate can't leave where they are immediately. So they're gonna, so they need to negotiate a start date and all that with the IHL.
So you're saying your part will be completed next year, right?
Right.
Sometime next
And
year?
yes, before
Maybe
next
be
year.
hired on sometime next year when the IHL finishes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
understand this, one of the things we tell boards all the time is, if you find a candidate who can be with you in 2 weeks, that's the wrong person.
Right, because they don't have,
You not
we're
want
not,
that
right,
person.
so you.
The kind of person you want is one that has to seriously disentangle themselves from where they are. They gotta pass tasks out to other people. They've got to document what they're doing. They gotta say a zillion goodbyes. Okay, and if that's not the person you're getting, then kick them back.
Because you
know
want a
what?
person that cares about how they leave the
Yeah.
institution. That's a signal too about how they would leave this institution. So, yeah, we're looking at, and in the questions they ask, and we leave time in the interview for the candidates to ask questions. And the committee's gonna be looking at and discerning, were those meaningful questions or was that just surface level questions? So, we set that up to make sure, and we tell the candidates, we say your letter of interest should be like a movie scene showing the committee you doing the work Jackson State says it needs done.
With
Don't
examples.
just talk about yourself. Weave that into Jackson State's narrative. Some of them listen to us and some of them don't.
And so, for example, one of the things that has come up here frequently is about collaboration and shared governance. So even in the cover letter, we're looking for how many I's are there, and how many we's are there, and how many we did this and we pulled these people in and do that. We look for all that. And then sometimes once they realize that that's a mistake somewhere in the interview, they try to back away from it, but they've already revealed themselves.
And then in our reference calls, if there's confidential, the reference call, but if we have references that really can't speak to any impactful work of a candidate, that's a problem. And we've had that happen before.
So sometimes you'll say something, say, he said he did what?
Right, or they'll say, I really can't answer the question.
Yeah.
So that tells me that the candidate didn't think about how to choose good references. Because your references should be able to talk about your content, not surface level, or I can't speak to that. I never observed that person. So that's a sign.
Yes, sir.
Your firm is, as we can see, a firm of great intelligence. So my next statement is in line with what we're discussing right now. She asked about when would someone be hired, but in you making your decision, your final decision, your recommendation to IHL, will they be taking your recommendation, or would that just be a wash like it's been here in the last?
Well,
four
I would
presidents
think,
or whatever?
here's my view of things. IHL hired us in part because of our process, okay, and who we are. We believe, as we've seen so far, that IHL is taking this process very seriously. We think they know who we are and the kind of work that we do. We're going to try to get IHL to the point where there are at least 3 really good candidates. Now, when we know we've really done our job is at the semifinal level, when it's hard for that committee to settle on 8. And you say, okay, we've done a part of the job. When they get to the 3 and they start arguing among themselves, okay, we got this done. This is good. This is good.
We'll see
Okay.
at 3 to 5 finalists.
We're not arguing in a negative way about who's worse than the other, but about how good they are. Now, we will work with them through that process. And again, we haven't done all the details about that process, that part of the process yet. We'll work all that through pretty soon. But we believe that the process that we use gets the right candidates in front of the decision maker at the right time. We will have done all of our background checks. We will see everything in that candidate's history. We will have vetted and verified their claims. We will have looked at the things that you have said are important. The integrity issues, what did you really get done? We know we're looking for somebody who can connect with community in a meaningful way. We're going to look for all of that and put that data in front of the decision makers.
But that will be aligned with that profile that we talked about, right? So you'll see how beneficial that the profile is, the candidate assessment form, the draft questions that we develop from the profile, because we want everything to be able to see an obvious connection that, you know, you announce one thing to a candidate pool and they speak to that. I say it's a hand in glove.
Yeah.
I tell candidates and I tell committees, the profile is the call. The candidates are responding. It's a call and response process. And so you want that to go hand in hand, and that should be obvious in the alignment of what they say. So it's really important. So that's our job, not the committee's job, to set all that up so that it can work in that manner. And that those 3 to 5 finalists will be people that you can look at the profile and see, oh, I can see why they.
Well, my last question, statement, however, is the process was done similar to this before. And there became a president that wasn't even considered to be the president. And all of a sudden, they became a part of the process and became the president. So will your process work the same as that?
No, we just outlined our process.
We can't speak to what has happened in your past,
Right.
except to
Well,
understand.
I'm talking about what happens here traditionally almost.
Okay.
I'm sure everybody.
Well, I know that your board brought us in for this. They auditioned us, they looked at our process, and they chose us to work with them for this search. So they know exactly.
Well, I don't want all your work to be for naught.
Okay.
It won't be. It won't be.
Okay.
Trust
I'm
me.
sure everybody in this room agrees with my
We
statement.
trust your board wants this to go well. They've been very intentional, very engaged with us to set all this up and looking at the timeline so they can be present at every step of the way where we need their input.
Is any of them in this room today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, introduce them. Come on, let us know that.
My name's Don.
Come on to the mic. You made everybody else get up.
They go ahead to.
Well, part of it is they wanted this time to be your time to talk, not their time to talk.
You want to know the hearing prep.
They are.
And
They
some
are.
have been watching online.
And they've been
They're
watching.
watching online as well. I just happened to be in town today with my calendar open, so I chose to come. And my name is Don Clark. I've been on the board commissioner a year and a half, roughly. So this is the first search that I've been through. I'm learning a lot. I've got a lot of confidence in these consultants. And I really think the board as a whole, not speaking for anybody else, is taking this process extremely seriously, wanting the absolute best for your institution. I'm from Jackson. I've been familiar with the institution for many, many years. Actually, my law firm was a lawyer for the institution at some point. My partner, Alvina Costello, was your attorney, and now another person in my firm does a lot of work for y'all. So I'm very happy to be here, and I've learned extremely lot today. So thank you.
You said commission, who was that?
Commissioner.
Well, introduce commission, we want to know.
Commissioner Al Rankins, he's the commissioner of IHL.
Right here, can you see how big are you at? You see how big I am? You gonna be able to recognize. All right, bro.
Mike, want to come to the mic? But as I said, they really were intentional about setting up these meetings to make sure that they didn't dominate, but your voices should be dominated.
You still want to know. Here.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's good.
Now, I forgot to mention the opportunity, and the opportunities is Jackson, Mississippi, state of Mississippi, and Jackson State University is right for P3 engagement. And I think that
Yeah.
what the legislature has worked on that through IHL, and I think that it would be, we venture off into that, it would prove to be tremendous for how help cure some of our challenges that we have, housing, state of issues and all that.
And you can tie that to broader economic development too.
Absolutely.
I've done P3 projects before. And the last time I was here was when one of your former presidents, what was his name? He left to Mason, when Mason was here. And I saw then, as I was looking around then, I see P3 projects could do a killing around here. Because you can have two side facing projects, facing community, facing the institution. You can build economy from there. I mean, you can do all kinds of things. So you say the legislature set it up so that that can be done? All right.
Excellent.
Outstanding. Well, again, thank
Thank
you
you
all
all.
very
I know
much.
we went a little bit over, but we really appreciate your time. There's other sessions tomorrow too. Spread the word. And thank you. So, no, not at all. You weren't, this was good. We do this. This is important for us. We need you to talk to us. Really, it is. So you don't want us walking away without good information. And you all done that.
All right. Me too, Amber. I was there when Dr. Mason was there as well. He was not there.
Wait, where was it? Where is it? Lost Pages?
Okay. All right, y'all. So they did say that there is another set of listening sessions tomorrow, apparently. So what that means is everybody needs to get the word out. Everybody needs to get the word out about the listening sessions, which could possibly, let me see if it's the same times. God, please don't be the same times. I think it is going to be the same. That was an 8-hour day, y'all.
Felt like a Lou Raw telethon. I appreciate you, sister.
Yeah,
Did a great
it looks
job.
like we have to do it again tomorrow. It's the same thing. So what that means is if you know of any alums, students, staff, faculty members that did not get a chance to speak their mind today, Jerome, do you know? I don't know if Jerome knows anybody, but let me go ahead and put that down. Okay, everybody, this is the link that they're talking about. I still haven't even finished mine, but once you open it and you start it, you can go back to it. I'll show you guys what it looks like. Okay, so this is the input survey for Jackson State University for the please fill it out, please. It's important that everybody fills it out. No, Dre, I need to tell you guys the exact times. So you get input from students, faculty, staff, alumni, and supporters of Jackson State University. I want to say that the times are going to be structured the same, and they are. I'm going to also paste that. Sessions. So tomorrow, no, it's not whenever you can. Staff is at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. Central Time. Faculty is at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Central Time. Students is at 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. Central Time. And then alumni is at 4 p.m. So make sure that you send this list to people that are in Jackson. If there was folks that went to Vegas and they just now getting home, y'all go take your lunch break or whatever you need to do and make sure that you get up there. Yes, I can drop it. So we have one more day of this. And we need you guys to be in attendance. So send these text messages out. Send out any and everything that you can. This, let me see. Okay. Thank you for coming back on, Jerome. I was like, oh, where you go?
So,
Do you know
go
of
ahead.
any people like the 1877 project? They've been really, really vocal. I don't know if there's local alums or anybody that can get there tomorrow at 4.
Right.
But they were at some of the IHL meetings.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
text that brother that's spearheading that project and see if he can make it. But see, he's in Atlanta, so
oh, okay.
but
Well,
but there is some local representation with that group, so I'm pretty sure they can make it tomorrow.
okay, yeah. It's interesting that they made the alums at 4. They should have made that at like, I know that it's probably tiresome on them, but they should have made that at like 7, right? Because people have to go to work.
Yeah.
You make it for after work. But nonetheless, share. I thought today it got better as the day went by. What do you think, Jerome?
Yes, definitely got better. You can tell the students were spreading the word among campus, and the students came out, the alumni came out. There was a community member that came out. Love to see that community engagement because that's a large part of our success. Um, I, I will say that. Did want to make a correction. I know she said it was like 80 million in research. I know December 22, we were at a little over 100 million in research dollars. And for that number to be where it is today is very disheartening. And I hope that for everyone that's in the chat or whoever is going to be going back to listen to this broadcast, let that sink in and let that be a reminder of why this is so important. When we have uh, presidents from the last couple of presidents who did not have a background in STEM and research or just made it a priority, we see what happened. So we definitely need this next president to, if they don't have a background in research, at least they have a desire for this to be at the forefront to get us back where we were when it came to research dollars.
Yeah, and then we're probably negatively being affected by the Trump administration, but like you said, you have to know where the grants are, you have to apply for them. And let's just keep it a buck. The last couple of presidencies, they kind of distracted folks with football. And that's not how you run a university. Yes, we love our football team. Yes, we love our athletics. Yes, we love the Boom. They are an extension of Jackson State in terms of promoting the brand recognition. But at the end of the day, university runs off of research dollars. That's how you sustain the types of professors and all that type of stuff. Like this is paramount in keeping Jackson State at the forefront of HBCU excellence, and like you said, being an R2 institution, we don't want to lose that designation. So we do need someone that has that background.
And there was an older alumna who came up, and she talked about, she kind of echoed the same things that you and I said this morning, and she made it pivotal that it's so important the next person that's president already comes to the table with established relationships. Like, this is not on the job training. Like, we really cannot have somebody as our president who's trying to learn how to maneuver and move in certain spaces and trying to learn how to cultivate various relationships. No, we need someone day one to hit the ground running and already have those skill sets in place. Because honestly, guys, we cannot afford anymore to have any pet projects. We can't have any science fair projects. We need people, or Build a Bear. We need people to come already assembled. And to me, that should be the theme moving forward for all alums and students. Like, we should desire an already assembled project. Like, no more Build a Bear projects. So very healthy conversation from the alums and the students from this afternoon. I'm going to go back and rewatch the student portion because I think there were some things that I missed. But man, like, definitely want to hear your feedback, Timona, as far as that student session.
So I really want to commend Seth because Seth was in the session earlier, and I felt like he really opened up once the other students spoke up. I didn't get a chance to get the name of the young gentleman in like the yellow shirt, but I think he embodied what we needed to hear from the students. He compared Savannah State. He had several different examples of leadership. He mentioned Walter Kimbrough, and he talked about enrollment. And I was very impressed with how he had all of his stuff written down, which leads me to believe that, like Dre was saying, that it was purposely kind of underhandedly not promoted correctly. I don't know who went and garnered up the students to make sure that they go and talk, but I am so happy that they were able to do that. And then we had someone coming on the live in the chat. I think it's like, hi, it's me was their name. And they were sharing, that they were garnering students in the student center and elsewhere. Thankful that the SGA showed up. I want to see actually more than that, though.
Yeah.
For tomorrow, I want to see the RAs, if at all possible, to give more insight, because the students basically said, we don't have visitation. Visitation has been canceled for everybody due to people being sneaky. Well, I mean, I don't think that visitation for the whole campus should be shut down. We all know how visitation goes, folks sneaking in dorm rooms or whatever. What you just have to make sure that you are, in terms of the
So,
RAs and stuff.
so
Yeah.
Timona, can we all collectively do something just to make sure we've done our part as alums? All those student groups that are on Instagram that are consistently posting, like the SGA, the Royal Court, the D9, they all have pages, Men of Excellence, the Collegiate 100. Can we all, like, collectively kind of give them a little nudge in their DMs and just kind of tell them the date, time, and location for tomorrow, and to please show up with maybe just 2 or 3 examples of what they're looking for in a president?
And not only that, we just need to go ahead and give them the questions. I feel like the alumni were kind of muffled in the ability to really talk. I've never even actually seen the committee people talk this much. They talked for at least 12 to 13 minutes total. And they didn't even get to ask all of the questions. So the questions are the same questions for the input survey. So sending those to the students so that they'll already know. What are the 2 to 3 most important talents, skills, and attributes that the next president should possess? What are the 2 to 3 most important opportunities that await the next president? What priorities should the new president focus on in the first year? There were so many unanswered questions, and I don't think they got to really put it out there because, like you said, they're going from off top of the dome. So asking for that representation is definitely.
Yeah.
And Amber, I think they were saying that visitation is necessary in the sense that I'm guessing one young lady said she doesn't really know anybody because she hasn't been able to visit with people. Yeah.
It's just so, I used to joke a couple years ago with a buddy of mine. I said, man, someday someone's going to write a book and they're going to entitle it like the dumbing down of certain HBCUs. Because we've seen it with the Georgia Board of Regents, we've seen it with the IHL, we've seen it in Louisiana, we've seen it in South Carolina, even in Virginia, in some aspects North Carolina with some of our HBCUs. Everything has been so intentional over the last 5 or 6 years, really going back to after Myers left. Everything has just been so intentional. Now, I will say there's quite a few new board members with IHL. So the previous folks who were doing all that stuff, they're probably no longer on the board. I don't know. I haven't done a comparison, but our standard as Jackson State, you got the brand and then you got the current standard. Do they align? We have to ask ourselves that. Oftentimes we go around and let me tell you, I love tough conversations. So I don't want anybody to get into their feelings. But when we talk about the standard, does that standard align with the brand? So if it doesn't, then your preferred candidate is not the choice. Just being honest. Our standard right now, from what I'm hearing from some circles. Now, I will say those of us who have, well, I shouldn't say that. Those of us who are focused and want to get back to that true JSU standard, we are unshakable, we are unwaved. But there are some who just still feel like, oh, well, just give it to her, or just give it to him. And no, we've got to, like, we're at $20 million research. Come on, y'all. And you hear the students, with respect to their grievances. And I know it's not just the president, it's also the individuals who work in the tower. They have to be held accountable as well. So ask yourself, does your preferred candidate have the wherewithal or the fortitude to really clean house and do right by the students and the university as a whole? And if the answer is no, then that should not be the preferred candidate for JSU.
Correct. Like that number, there's, how much did you say?
So the
For
gentleman that's
research?
on the board, he said it was 20 million. And mind you, like December 22, when they released that study, we were like, I want to say we were like at 115 million. So we've got to get back. It's imperative. We love our athletics. We love the Sonic Boom. That's great. But we've got to shift our focus back. I've honestly, guys, I've never seen a time where we've placed so much emphasis and fundraising on sports. And that's just not who we are. Now, I know this is a different ball game. This is a different era, but we have to have a balance. We have to have a balance.
Well, I mean, just the fact of the matter is, in terms of what actually runs a university, it's not athletics, it is research dollars. That is how you're able to keep afloat. That is how you're able to maintain your university, how you're able to keep your professors. Um, and so
And to
something
your
needs,
point just now, I want to say there was a professor that came up in the afternoon session, or maybe it was an alum, but they stated professors want to feel like the president or the people that they're bringing in to the cabinet brings a certain level of credibility. Otherwise, it can jeopardize like that solid professor staying at JSU. Because you got to think about it. Like, if you're a solid professor with credentials, et cetera, you don't want your higher ups to. I know this is recorded. So they just want to feel like their representation has credibility. So we don't want to lose solid professors. No university wants to do that. But that is another reason why it's pivotal to get this selection, right. So we don't lose, solid professors.
right. And um, that's the thing. Giving back to the university is important. Our alums, I think you said the gap fund, um, the making sure that the alums are working together. Didn't you say it's the 150th
Yes, in 2 years.
anniversary coming up? And usually there's a campaign that starts
3 years out.
with a goal of however many million that needs to be raised.
And
Um,
just to bring some context to what Simona's saying, um, Claflin, they had a milestone anniversary and they kicked off a capital campaign, and their alumni raised over $100 million within, I think, that 3 year span. North Carolina A&T, they kicked off their capital campaign, and I want to say they raised like 180 million. So you've got a small institution like Claflin, you got a large institution like A&T. Whatever their formula or whatever their process was, it worked. So we can't say, oh, it's because they're large, or oh, because no, I'm like, we're right there in the middle. So we can't say there's not a formula in place. Um, and we can't say, oh, it's because we don't have a president. No, like whoever is in charge of external affairs or develop, just whatever, they can easily reach out to those spaces and say, hey, what worked well for you? And then we can just already put that in place and have a solid foundation to move forward. So there's several areas of opportunity. I'm not discouraged at all. I look at situations like and trust me, guys, this is not a dire situation. But there are definitely areas of opportunity where we can take Jackson State to the next level. It's going to take heavy lifting, not just from the president, but from all stakeholders, like the students when it comes to productivity, as well as the faculty and staff, and alumni and the community. It's going to take heavy lifting. But I think the central issue is people want to feel that trust again. They want to be able to trust Jackson State, and not just with respect to their dollars, but like the alumna said who came up, she's got she's got kids who want to attend JSU, but the safety is a concern. So it all, to me, boils down to like trust. Once you have that trust and that buy-in, it's a wrap. Like we can take JSU to the moon or to the stars, but we got to have somebody that's viable, who's credible, who brings that certain level of kind of kuji chakalia to the table that people will buy into and say, okay, I trust him, I trust her, let's go.
moving forward, Oh, goodness gracious. I think for us, it is disheartening to see that. I want to say that that they're on the right foot with the presidential search, but I do see already kind of like a pattern in terms of keeping it kind of hush in terms of even the link that was put up here, and it's like, okay, you have until Tuesday to finish it. I want to say they dropped it Thursday or Friday, but I think maybe it's the way that they dropped it. I don't know. I don't feel like it was a
And
mass.
yeah, and you know what though? That kind of speaks to where we are as a JSU community because we, as a collective, we were all so focused on Vegas. And I get it, like inaugural event, big game, et cetera, et cetera. But there should be more of us that are locked in and focused with this presidential search process to where even if they dropped it on Thursday, it wouldn't have mattered because we had the numbers vested and focused to have a substantial amount of great feedback, right? But we're our focus has been so locked in on sports that I'll just say it's time for us to refocus. And there has to be a balance. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. We could be a great institution with high enrollment, high research activity, high fundraising, great athletics, great sonic boom. We can do all those things. We just have to have balance. And right now, one is outweighing the other grossly.
I think they could send out a mass email though, telling people to do the survey. Like, we're gonna need some heavy lifting. The same way we take polls on Twitter, that's how we need to be putting this survey together.
And I
But
totally
when
agree
you
with
look
Jay.
at the survey, it's not something that you can just finish in one fell swoop, which is why I told folks, look,
Oh yeah,
let's
you got to take some time. Yeah.
copy and paste the question into
Yep.
Chat GPT and then put what it is. So I put fundraising, R1 research. You need to put the stuff in there and let them formulate the answer for you, and then you read it and then copy and paste it. The
And
next
Simona,
question, huh?
and can you do us like a kind of trial sample, right? I'm not trying to get you to do more work, but let's say, can you go to IG right now on the screen and let's start with the Royal Court. Can we just,
Oh, okay.
yeah? Can we send them a DM? And then I know all the Greeks are now back on campus, if I'm not mistaken.
Second. After a second.
I'm gonna
And
stop,
they,
baby.
Did you eat?
and I'm pretty confident all the Greeks at Jackson State have an IG page. They're pretty simple to find. I think they typically go by their chapter name. And then, of course, we've got Men of Excellence and Collegiate 100. We've got the NAACP chapter. So let's flood their inboxes. I want to do that tonight.
Okay.
And
So we can, yeah, I can show you guys. It's just a listening session, right?
yeah,
Okay.
and I agree
So
with. I definitely agree with Dre. It seems like there's so many people that's more fixated and care more about football and the football coach than the president, and that should let you know where our standard is right now. And I will
okay.
say, hey, one great best practice that I really appreciate that North Carolina A&T does every quarter, their alumni and the university and all the major factors of the university, like the fundraising arm and the AD and the president, et cetera, the chancellor. They every quarter they have like a town hall, like a virtual town hall with their alumni, and the alums have maybe like 30 days prior to submit questions. And they go through those questions and they give an update, regarding it's like a State of the Union address, like the state of A&T, and it's very transparent. So when you have all your stakeholders at the table and they see this level of transparency and they feel seen and heard, but they also feel informed. And that's where you're going to get that level of trust. And that's where you're also going to get that additional layer of investment. They won't mind opening up their wallets or giving the university access to their resources. So I would
Right.
love to see Jackson State do that, like a quarterly state of the JSU address, and we're just being informed.
And also including the questions so that they're already so that they'll already know what we're getting in, because it's one thing to just say a listening session, right? But you have to know what the questions are.
Right.
Okay, so oh god, I'll share this with you guys. And then we'll just copy and paste it. So this is just to reach out to the SGA. It is a little bit long-winded, which I'll probably make it less words. But tomorrow kicks off our listening session for students, faculty, staff, and alumni as JSU searches for our next president. I think I'm gonna have to put tomorrow is the last day to make to the last day, meaning it's imperative that you go. And then the discussion questions are listed so that they'll know what the questions are that they need to be answering. And that's something that can be sent to, like you said, the Instagrams, the Twitters. I don't know what Fizz is. But whatever Fizz is, like, I guess that's how Jackson State students communicate with other Jackson State students. So if we can figure out how to get that message onto Fizz, then that's maybe a way that we can promote it. Because I think Fizz is like, it's like our Facebook from back in the day or whatever. It's a way for students to communicate. Because there's no way that there shouldn't have been at least 20 to 30 students. I know that people have class, but the meeting room looked relatively small.
And Timona, is that meeting room on campus or is that like at IHL headquarters?
No, it's on the third floor of the JSU Student Center.
Wow. Well, I
Senate
do
chamber.
know. I know when I was an undergrad, I think Mondays and Wednesdays, folks typically, when it came to class schedule, folks had like 3 or 4 classes on those days. So hopefully tomorrow, which is a Tuesday, typically a light day for folks, we'll definitely see more engagement.
Right, and hopefully they'll get the word out more for everybody. Because it shouldn't be, even having 15 people there. 15 people talk for 5 minutes, that's 5 to 6 minutes, that's 45 minutes. It was sessions where there was only like 15 minutes worth of talking.
So,
All right. Well, and let me copy and paste the link again for the input sessions. Make sure that you fill that out. Like I said, if you need a little help or you want for your words to increase your word level, because you can type up to 2,000 characters, just make sure that you can utilize it. Just tell them what you want to say, and then it'll say it basically for you, and then you just go over it, read it, and make sure that it's completed. And I will see you guys. I guess I'm going to be doing another stream tomorrow. It'll start at 10 Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. So
Great
I
job, Simona.
will
Thank you so much.
see you guys tomorrow. Thank you,
Appreciate it,
Jerome.
Simona.
Thank everybody for coming, and make sure you spread the word. Everybody have a good night.
Bye.
I've had some weary days and some sleepless nights. But when I look around, and I think things over, all of my good days outweigh my bad days. The clouds hang low. I can hardly see the road. I ask the question, Lord. Lord, why so much pain? But He knows one thing for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see, so I'll just say, thank you, Lord. I won't complain. But He is so good to me. He's been good to me. More than this world I could ever be. He's been so good. But He knows one thing for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see, so I'll just say, thank you, Lord.